Good evening. I'm Pierre Burton. Tonight we present a story that all Canadians will recognize. It's the story of one nation's determination to define itself, a struggle for identity that continues to this day. Back in the 19th century, John A. Macdonald thought he'd succeed by building a railway. What he did not envisage was endless political squabbles, scandals, engineering impossibilities, and financial ruin. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? John A. Macdonald achieved his national dream. And in 1974, when I had more hair, the CBC marked it with 8 one-hour programs based on my 2 books, The National Dream and The Last Spike. Now, on this special 2-hour presentation, we begin a repeat of what was one of the most successful Canadian television programs ever. Join me for part 1 of The National Dream, The Great Lone Land.
It was the eagles. I knew that eagles always follow along a stream or make for an opening in the mountains, and I followed the direction they took, with the result that I discovered, and I think very appropriately named, Eagle Pass.
That man was Walter Moberly. He was a surveyor, and his wildest dream had just come true. He had discovered a pass through one of the mountain barriers of British Columbia. He named it Eagle Pass, but that was 2 years before Confederation. And an all-Canadian railway to the Pacific was as much of a dream as a Dominion of Canada itself. And yet, in 20 years, men would drive the last spike of the Canadian Pacific Railway almost on the very spot where Moberly stood. So that's where it all began, and that's where it will end. The story of the building of the railway they said was impossible, and the story of the building of the nation of Canada along the way. The 19th century, the age of the railway. February 15th, 1871. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the Governor General was in the Senate concluding the speech from the throne, the first official declaration that Canada would build a railway to the Pacific. This was John A. Macdonald's way of luring British Columbia into Confederation and of keeping American railways and settlement out of the Canadian Northwest.
How many of us are there in the Northwest?
Whole railway policy is preposterous. Look, here we are, a country barely 4 years old, inexperienced, far from wealthy. Yet he has determined to build a railroad 1,000 miles longer than America's Union Pacific.
And they knew where they were going. We don't even have adequate maps of our Pacific coast. The only destination the railroad can aim for is an island across the Straits of Georgia.
Oh, Mr. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie?
Kappa? Poe? Not right?
Gentlemen.
John A. inform, I see.
And after that, I'm sure the poor lass was forced to go back to her mother. Donald Smith, welcome to the House and congratulations on your stunning victory in Manitoba.
Thank you, MacDonald. You are more than gracious.
Huntington.
Mackenzie, what do you think of their proposal?
This railroad is insane, Huntington.
But they will get their bill through.
Oh, yes, to be sure, Blake. No doubt they'll get it through the House. But how do they propose to build this railroad?
They'll build it by tearing themselves down, brick by brick.
So, it will bring them down. And Sir John. But in the process, they will take the country down with them.
Cheer up, Topper. We've got the majority.
What Mackenzie and his gritstone knows that we found a British Columbian surveyor to get us through the mountains. Oddly enough, an old friend of my wife's. Claims he's found a new pass.
I'm delighted, Mr. Moberly, delighted. Are you sure you can get the railroad through those mountains?
Prime Minister, I can promise you more than a mere route from the prairies to the Pacific. I promise you can commence construction of the line 6 weeks after I get back to British Columbia.
Oh, you should not make such promises before witnesses, Mr. Moberly. I'm bound to believe you.
Sir, I intend you to. Of course, I don't know how many millions you have. It's going to cost you money getting through those canyons.
Did the Eagles really lead you to the discovery of this pass?
Oh, yes.
The road is going to be built and proceeded with vigorously, continuously, systematically, and successfully to a completion, and the fate of Canada as a dominion then will be sealed.
The national dream of John A. Macdonald, to bind together a dominion sea to sea by building an iron link to the Pacific. The railway would fill the prairies with Canadian settlers and preserve the unity of British North America.
A British subject, I was born. A British subject, I will die.
If Americans reached the Northwest first, Canada would falter.
Then we should fall, helpless, powerless, aimless, into the hands of the neighboring republic. No, I will not have it.
The only way was the Pacific Railway for the making of a nation. But in 1871, the Canadian nation wasn't much more than a cluster of rough-hewn eastern communities huddled on the edges of the vast Laurentian Shield. In those years after Confederation, 3/4 of the population lived in isolated farms. It was a hard, often dismal existence. Ontario had already run out of arable land, but where was anyone to go? In all of Canada, there was scarcely a city worthy of the name metropolis. Young men were looking for new frontiers, but the only one available lay south of the Great Lakes. The American West was opening up. In fact, by 1871, 1/4 of all Canadians in North America were living south of the border. The Pacific Railway would open the Canadian frontier, but the line's destination was almost a continent away. The fiercely British colony at Victoria, with its pretty English gardens and its stately rituals of tea time and tiffin, and its new bargain, a railway for Confederation. In the BC mountains, there were only the scattered gold mines, such as the wide-open camps of the Caribou. The prairie land was Canada's in name only. In reality, it still belonged to the buffalo hunters of the plains, the Cree and the Blackfoot, and the Métis. The first Métis uprising under Louis Riel had been over for 2 years. But it would be another 2 years before the end of the whiskey traders, those pockets of the American Wild West that would soon be brought under control by the Northwest Mounted Police. Hudson's Bay Company trappers and traders still operated along the forested river valleys to the north. Canada had taken over the company's vast land holdings in the Northwest, but the only real settlement on the plains was the little band of Selkirk farmers along the Red River. The problem was that they were almost totally cut off from civilization. The Laurentian Shield, 700 miles of granite wasteland blocking the way to the west. The prairie itself, little more than a desert. And the worst was still to come. Conquer wall after wall of mountain barriers would cost millions of dollars and hundreds of lives. To build the impossible railway. That was the monumental task that John A. Macdonald was asking of his fledgling nation. To him and to his Quebec lieutenant, George Etienne Cartier, the Pacific Railway was the only salvation of Canada and of the Conservative Party. The Tories were at a low ebb. The Prime Minister couldn't expect to stay in power without some magnificent accomplishment, and a transcontinental railway would fill the bill. He already had some of the men to build it, men such as the government's engineer-in-chief Sanford Fleming. But Eastern taxpayers shuddered at the thought of what it would all cost. And so did the cautious, frugal, liberal leader, Alexander Mackenzie.
It wouldn't be necessary to construct the greater portion of the line for another 30 years.
Aye, I said, but without a railway to the Pacific, there won't be a Canadian nation for 30 years. Do you know, I've even heard it said by Americans, and not just on the street, but in the official milieu as well, that Canada should not exist. That our existence contravenes the Monroe Doctrine. All right, go ahead and laugh, the both of you. Right into the lion's jaws.
Yes, Margaret.
Excuse me, ma'am. She's down, Sir John.
Thank you, Margaret. You will excuse me. And so we must take vigorous and immediate action to counteract them. That's what this railroad's all about, you know. Or a good deal of what it's all about. Show them, unmistakably, our absolute resolve to tie the West to the East with this railroad. And then they won't dare to interfere with us. Goodbye, dear. And you too, Fleming. Oh, always a delight to see you.
Goodbye, dear.
You know Walter Moberly, do you not?
Yes.
Well, I want to put him in touch with you. He's actually found a way through the mountains, and I have a feeling you'll both end up working on the railroad.
Well, I hope so, Good day to you.
Get Agnes to tell you Moberly's story about the Eagles. It's a fascinating story. Goodbye.
Agnes MacDonald's husband had not had an easy life. His first wife and their infant son, both dead, and now a 2-year-old daughter impaired physically and mentally.
Shall we go and sit down a wee bit? Come on.
Has there been any improvement in her condition?
No, not really. We're quite reconciled to it. It's taken us all this while, but now we are. John always likes to spend a moment with her before he leaves the house. She'll be delighted today. He's so rarely home for lunch. She has you to thank for that.
Bring back, oh, bring back my Bonnie to me. Bring back, oh, bring back my Bonnie to me. Hey. And if you're a good girl, I'll bring you a grit home for supper.
John A. MacDonald was 56 years old. He'd managed to stay off the bottle ever since his marriage to Agnes. But now, to survive politically, he'd had to propose this impossible railway.
All right, away we go.
Without it, there could hardly be a nation of Canada. By the summer of 1871, the railway was official. Parliament had approved the bargain with British Columbia. All during that debate, John A. MacDonald had been away in Washington, fighting the battle of Canada's rights and losing, fighting with Britain, fighting with the United States. But now he was back in Ottawa, determined to get the railway going. And so the Canadian Pacific surveys began. Walter Moberly was soon on his way from Ottawa to British Columbia to take charge of the surveys there. It would take him almost 2 weeks just to get to Victoria. First, he had to travel to Chicago on the Grand Trunk, which would one day be the Canadian Pacific's bitter rival, and then by way of the Union Pacific to Utah, and then from Utah to San Francisco on the Central Pacific. With a Central Pacific steamer to take him up the coast to Victoria. The eve of Moberly's departure for the interior was also the eve of BC's Confederation. July 19th, 1871.
Now is knocking at the door. So goodbye, dear Uncle Sam, as we do not care a damn for your greenbacks or your bunkum anymore.
Moberly sent out his survey crews, and then he followed a long roundabout trail inland to rendezvous with Party S, heading for the Rockies. Altogether that summer, there were 21 of these parties dispatched into the Canadian wilderness. More than 800 men who would starve and freeze and sicken and sometimes die in the unexplored crannies of the new Canada, all trying to chart a route for the Pacific Railway. Many of the surveyors kept personal records of both the hardships and the beauties that they experienced. One of these diarists was in the crew that Moberly was headed for, a young horse wrangler named Robert Rylett.
Now we gaze upon a solemn and, save to the strong-winged eagle, a silent and inaccessible scene of grandeur. Mighty mountains towering upwards, their peaks almost lost in the blue of the sky, their bases buried in gloom, their sides rent and worn by nature's convulsions, and the mad streams ever leaping in foam and tumult from their snowy starting points, forming barriers in the way of puny man as he threads his way through the chaos of the lower levels amid difficulty and danger.
Walter Moberly was a fighter. He came from fighting stock. He was half Polish with military men on both sides of his family. He had a legendary staying power. He was a great dancer. He could dance all night. He could sing and drink all night, but the next day he could face anything that might come his way. In short, he was a character. Egotistical, impulsive, stubborn, independent of spirit. Moberly would do anything to have the great railway follow his route, the route that had been developing in his mind for years. This is what Moberly and the railway faced. 3 sets of mountains barring the way to the coast. There was the Rocky Mountains, and then there were the Selkirk Mountains, and finally to the west, the Gold Range, later known as the Monashee Mountains. Now, to get to the Pacific, the railway would either have to go through these mountains or around them. There were several known passes in the Rockies. There was the Yellowhead Pass up here, the traditional route of the fur traders. And then there was the Howes Pass to the south. As far as anybody knew, there was no pass in the Selkirks. But Moberly himself had discovered the Eagle Pass in the Gold Range. So Moberly's idea was that the railroad would go through the Howes Pass, circumnavigate the Selkirks by the valley of the Columbia, and then head off through the Gold Range and Eagle Pass down the Fraser Canyon to the Pacific. Now Moberly had caught up with one of his survey crews heading for the Howes Pass. It had taken 3 incredible months just to reach the Rockies from the Pacific, because, you see, not 1 foot of survey could be taken until pack trails were hacked out of the wilderness in order to bring in supplies for those fierce mountain winters. This survey party, Party S, was led by an American named E.C. Gillette. He was a good surveyor, but he was a bad leader. And the supplies and the animals were in the care of our diarist, Robert Rylott, a Crimean veteran formerly with the Royal Engineers. Rylott's wife was a hopeless invalid, and if he had not been desperate for money to pay the medical bills, he would certainly never have left her in New Westminster. But here he was, walled off by a 500-mile barrier of mountain and forest that few men would dare to penetrate alone.
Come on, Gillette, give us a hand with these horses. They're your horses, Rylott. Yeah, well, they're carrying your food. Oh. Help Mr. Rylott. I'm going back to see what's happening with the other men. You bastard.
Moberly and his men set up a base camp at the foot of Howe's Pass. It was a desolate sight where the Blaeberry River tumbled down the western slope of the Rockies. This was to be the surveyor's home for almost 2 years.
I want to go back, Mr. Moberly.
I can't let you.
It's not fair. My wife will die and I won't be there.
What the hell use is this bloody railway anyway? Who wants to come here? What a ghastly, ghastly place. Not as if there were people over the next hill, or even the one beyond that. God knows how far we are from everyone and everything. And with no one but convicts and hooligans for companions.
Convicts are practically the only men we can get to come here.
I came.
So did I.
Moberly wasn't going to stay here on the Blaeberry all winter, but he did want to get his men started on an exploratory survey of the Howe's Pass. That meant checking the altitudes with an aneroid barometer and looking over the land with a practiced eye, trying to see the finished line of railway with all the trestles and the bridges and the tunnels and the grades and the curves. If that route proved feasible, then they would go on to make a locating survey. That meant chain men marking out the whole route in 100-foot sections, transit men checking the angles of each bend, rodmen and levelers working out the precise altitudes and inscribing them on benchmarks at half-mile intervals. But in the fall of 1871, there wasn't going to be much time for any kind of survey. The work had hardly begun when the snow came. Melted snow filled the instruments and made the rocks too slippery for footing, and there was only one thing to do, and that was to withdraw to the base camp and sit out the winter. On December 4th, 1871, Walter Moberly took his Indians and set off as casually as if he were on a pleasant Sunday hike. He was heading for New Westminster, a distance of more than 400 miles. Here in the Selkirks, Moberly made a brief search for a pass, hoping to shorten the route he'd proposed for the railway. But in those mysterious mountains, all he found was snow, an incredible, terrifying world of snow. Moberly made it through that empty, frozen jungle. And in Victoria, he immediately launched his preparations for the following season. He was determined to make a full, detailed locating survey of Howe's Pass, with or without authority from Ottawa. Absolutely confident that his route was the only route worth considering. But as it turned out, Walter Moberly was wrong. That next year, 1872, there were tremendous pressures on Johnny MacDonald. He had an election coming up, and he had no one who would undertake his great railway project. And also there was deep concern over Cartier.
You are ill, aren't you? What are you doing this evening? Come out to the house, have supper. Treat Agnes and Mary to some of those crazy French songs of yours. You haven't done that for years.
You haven't broken out yourself for years.
For a very good reason, I'm a very happy man. I love this place, but I'm never sorry to leave it after the session is finished. It's sort of like getting out of school.
And so the politicians departed Parliament Hill to fight their election campaign, leaving behind the man in charge of finding a route for the railway, Walter Moberly's boss, Sanford Fleming. He was engineer-in-chief for the Pacific Railway and also for the government's intercolonial line to the Maritimes. And he had solid qualifications for both those jobs. Back in 1862, he'd drawn up a detailed plan for building a railway to the Pacific, right down to the last horse, cross-tie, and telegraph pole, and of course to the last dollar. He'd figured out with remarkable accuracy that the project would cost $100 million. And he'd calculated it would take 25 years to complete. Now he was faced with Ottawa's promise to British Columbia to finish the line in only 10 years. Fleming was 45, with half his life still ahead, in which to complete the intercolonial, plan the Canadian Pacific and the Pacific Cable, devise a workable system of standard time, publish a book of short daily prayers for busy households, girdle the globe, and cross Canada by foot, snowshoe, dog team, horseback, raft, canoe, and finally by rail. He was ready to leave on his first western journey by July 1872. He set off with a party of gentlemen travelers to trace the railway's proposed route all the way from Lake Superior to the Pacific. They left their lake steamer at Thunder Bay and began to cross the Great Barrier of the Laurentian Shield. This was the only way of getting west without leaving Canada. Fleming and his party were headed west along what was known as the Dawson Route, named after a surveyor, Simon J. Dawson, who laid it out. It was a pretty bad route, a series of corduroy roads connecting a chain of lakes, and that had been trampled badly by the soldiers who went out to quell the Riel uprising in 1869. In spite of that, however, this was the only way that you could get to the Canadian Northwest without going through the United States. By 1873, about 1,000 settlers came over this Dawson route on their way to Winnipeg, most of them in a state of semi-starvation. They had to catch their own fish to eat. Their gear was ruined by the water in the leaky boats. They were forced, many of them, to work their own passage. They had to sleep in dirty, neglected shacks, and all of them would be subjected to the vicious abuse and threats of the employees of the contractors who were supposed to be keeping the route up, but weren't. In 1872, Fleming and his party negotiated the Dawson route in relative comfort. It took them less than 2 weeks. And then they faced the country that everybody was talking about, the romantic Northwest, the subject of one of the most popular new books in Canada, William Francis Butler's The Great Lone Land.
No ocean in the world can vie with its gorgeous sunsets. No solitude can equal the loneliness of a night-shrouded prairie. This ocean has no past, time has been naught to it, and men have come and gone, leaving behind them no track, no vestige of their presence.
But men would come and leave a track, if they could. Now the road led on towards Fort Garry and the little settlement at Selkirk, where the feast days were Scottish, the worship was Scottish, and the chief mode of transportation had a Scottish ancestor. The Red River cart. Scrub Oak, Shaganappy, and Squeals, that's what they called it. A wooden box built on 2 wheels without a single nail, held together by tough strands of buffalo hide, Shaganappy. They couldn't grease the axles because the thick prairie dust would clog the works, thus the Squeals. They traveled in brigades, and because the carts left deep ruts in the prairie sod, they were spread out as many as 20 carts wide. And that explains why the streets of some of the pioneer prairie villages were so broad. Fleming took 6 of these carts and 2 buckboards and set out across the prairie, traveling northwest along the old Carleton Trail. That led through the forested valley of the North Saskatchewan River and then on to the Yellowhead Pass in the Rockies near Jasper House. Months before he'd left the east, Fleming had decided that the railway too would take this northern route through the Yellowhead, and he had been totally unaware of Walter Moberly's unauthorized activities, all of which centered on a more southerly route. And news of this change reached Moberly in the spring, just 4 hours before he was to leave Victoria, and he was devastated.
What do you want, Gillette? You got something, eh? What do you want?
There was nothing Moberly could do but abandon all his supplies and move his quarreling men north. At Howes Pass, he found poor Robert Rylott desperate for news of his invalid wife. After a long winter's pent-up isolation on the Blaeberry in the middle of nowhere, tempers were short. Rylott could see his companions only as an evil-tempered, inhuman mob.
Like what, Rylott?
Rylott! Jesus, what am I supposed to do? Gillette, get out of there! Get him out of there! You stupid bloody fools! You stupid fools everywhere! Now look, don't explain yourself. That's the last thing of anything I want to hear.
Mr. Moberly, you must let me explain. Now, this has been a terrible winter here.
Put it out of your head, Mr. Rylott. Put this whole place out of your head. We're leaving it.
Mr. Fleming, our father in the East, is most anxious to have us meet him all at the Yellowhead.
The Yellowhead? Now, you can't mean all of us.
All of us. You, me, that maniac over there, 10,000 of us. New supplies. Over the mountain, pack up and go, just like that. That's what I want to know about, Mr. Rylett. How are we going to do it, eh? Stinking tourist Fleming decides to ferry-foot it out here for a little camping trip in the mountains and expects us to be ready for him. In the nicest possible way, of course, with little tea trays of welcome, no doubt, to be bloody towing out of the mountains. Because he has decided that my route, the route I have proved, is impracticable.
I thought you and he were friends. I thought he respected your judgment.
Mr. Rylett, Mr. Fleming and I are such friends, as you would have it called, that I am taking your friend Mr. Gillette and his revolver to make my opening remarks to Mr. Fleming perfectly clear.
It's a good thing you could get here on a Sunday, Mobley. Gives us a chance to talk with a little privacy.
Yes. I haven't had a Sunday you could call a Sunday since a year ago. No longer.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you say so. You really should do better than that for yourself, Mobley. And the Reverend Dr. Grant, of course, has insisted that Sunday is treated as Sunday ever since we set out. We've not lingered on the way, mind you, but, well, having administered by, the Lord will surely be close at hand.
Mr. Fleming.
A rather formal address, is it not, between two old friends?
I don't feel friendly.
I'm sorry.
Your instructions have so completely staggered me.
I had to stop you. Your direction was so far from where we were heading.
You made an arbitrary decision. Arbitrary. Affecting a whole year of my surveys.
But based upon years of my having studied the problem. You talk as if my decision was an irresponsible whim.
It is a whim. You don't know these mountains. I have lived here. I have climbed them. I have traveled through them in all seasons. You don't know anything about them. How can you possibly make a decision based on little bits of paper?
Done the right thing. I know it.
It's absolutely incomprehensible. If the line comes this far north, every potential customer the railway has will send his business south, to the Americans. And what about me? What about all the work I've done? The men I already had in the field, what about them? What about the supplies?
Wasted, Mr. Mobley. But not in my service. You may recall, I did not authorize a location survey in Howes Pass.
No. Your telegram indicated
My telegram simply authorized the running of a trial line, a minimal survey. And yet you saw fit to spend $7,000 on supplies which are now quite useless. They'll have to be abandoned. It was a wanton waste,
I can
Mr.
prove
Mobley.
Howes Pass is the best route.
And why did you need 400 horses? Besides which, the pace of your survey has been abominably slow. You've fallen behind with everything you were required to do. You should really be relieved of your duties, but I cannot afford to stop the survey. You will proceed immediately to complete all work on the line this season.
You put me in an impossible situation. But you will not make me desert my men. You will not make me resign the service, Mr. Fleming.
This is the pass in the Rockies that the CPR never did get to use, the Yellowhead. Fleming left here, made his way down to the coast, and eventually got back to Ottawa using American railroads. And he did everything he could to force Moberly's resignation, short of firing him. He countermanded his orders in the field to his own survey crews. He appointed a new boss for Moberly in British Columbia. But Moberly would not quit. He hung on for more than a year, and when he finally did give up and go back to Ottawa, he was faced with one final humiliation. Fleming would not pass his expense accounts. He ordered them audited, and then he asked for them to be audited a second time. In the end, poor Moberly had to borrow money just to pay his room and board in Ottawa. For all of his life, he never ceased to complain about the treatment he'd received. And he never lost his bitterness over the Yellowhead decision. In Ottawa, the whole railway project had suddenly been plunged into confusion. The Prime Minister had won his election, but the Liberal opposition was crying foul, and they were beginning to ask all the wrong questions. But over in John A. Macdonald's Riverside residence, there was only a troubled silence.
Well, then.
Mr. Fleming, it has been such a very long time. And good of you to come.
And good of you to go to so much trouble. But I'm afraid I haven't come for tea. We seem to be alone.
Yes, we are alone.
Ah. Not well, I take it.
That's right. Do sit down, Mr. Fleming. I'm sure you're not going to refuse a cup of tea now you're here.
Certainly, certainly.
Silly how one can let an insignificant thing like a cold get one down. But I suppose we're all vulnerable to these things.
Yes, yes, of course, of course. Thank you.
He's, asked you to pass your business on to me. I hope you don't mind.
Well, I'd be a fool if I did. I'd miss this.
You're very kind.
I have been having the most outrageous time. All to do with the survey, and how very badly it's gone. Oh, it's been so slow. Oh, my dear, that fellow Moberly.
Walter Moberly? Why, he's a dear man.
Dear he may be, if you mean expensive. A more thoroughly exasperating man cannot exist on the face of the earth.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that. Oh, Mr. Fleming, I can see no value in us pursuing this charade. Surely you've heard the rumors, read the press.
A word here and there. I set no store by rumors.
This is more than rumor, Mr. Fleming. He thinks they mean to bring the railway down by some incomprehensible intrigue and scandal.
But you don't believe that he's involved?
Of course I don't believe that. Of course I don't. But I don't know anything. I know nothing.
John A. Macdonald's national dream had become a political nightmare.
It fairly staggered me. It was one of those overwhelming misfortunes that they say every man must meet once in his life.
John A. Macdonald was in grave trouble because all the time the surveyors were facing their terrible ordeals in the wilderness, and Sanford Fleming was coping with the route for a Pacific Railway, events were piling up in Ottawa. A terrifying scandal was brewing. If it broke out, it would threaten the career of the Prime Minister, the future of his party, and the very existence of a Pacific Railroad. It was a time of shattered dreams, By the spring of 1873, Robert Rylott had finally finished his 2-year stint with the survey, only to learn at last that his wife was dead. Now, with a companion, he was on his way home. And here, about 150 miles north of Kamloops, they were out of sugar, almost out of matches, and down to their last sack of flour.
We fell to cogitating on the possibilities and probabilities of the Canadian Pacific Railroad. And in the mind's eye, we pictured a train of cars sweeping along over this flat, over the fierce streams we passed, puffing and snorting up the mountainsides in gentle curves and windings, shrieking wildly as some denizen of the forest, scared at the strange monster of fire and smoke, hurries off at greater speed as the shrill whistle reaches it.
To the dispirited Rylott and his hungry companion, the Pacific Railway was still only an illusion. They had no idea how right they were. Away beyond the mountains to the east, John A. Macdonald's own dream was falling apart as Ottawa prepared for the greatest political upheaval in Canada's history.
Until bound by the iron link, we are not a dominion in fact. We are a great nation, and we can become one of the greatest nations in the universe if we preserve it.
5 years and 7 days after Confederation, Parliament was just about to be dissolved. It was time for a new election. John A. Macdonald hoped to hold on to power on the strength of a bold plan. Some people said it was an insane plan to build a railway all the way to the Pacific. It would complete what Confederation had begun, to create a dominion, sea to sea, and to keep the Americans out of the Canadian West.
I am commanded by His Excellency the Governor General to acquaint this honorable House that it is the pleasure of His Excellency that the members thereof do forthwith attend him in the Senate chamber.
All one has to do is look at the continental map, and there it is. Perfectly plain for anyone to see. Canada belongs to us by nature. Should be brought over without violence or bloodshed.
It is quite evident to me that the United States is resolved to do all they can, short of war, to get possession of the Western Territory. And we must take immediate and vigorous action to counteract it. Until the railroad is built to British Columbia and the Pacific, this dominion is a mere geographical expression.
And the railroad?
Well, once we get the contract, we give out a pretense that an all-Canadian route is being constructed north of Lake Superior. By this means, we calm public opinion.
Then?
Then, we proceed as we will.
Monsieur Councillor?
As long as I live, never will a damned American company have control of the Canadian Pacific.
Manipulate. That's how it's done. We just quietly manipulate the annexation of British North America to the United States.
You may depend upon it. We will see that Canadian interests are protected and that no American ring will be allowed to get control over them.
This grim baronial mansion, here on the top of Mount Royal, bore the Gothic name of Ravenscrag. It was the home of Sir Hugh Allen, the richest man in Canada. He owned the country's leading steamship line, and now he had designs on John A. Macdonald's railroad. If he could get to build that road all the way to the Pacific, he would stand at the head of a transportation colossus. But Hugh Allen was not the only one who wanted to build the Pacific Railway. There was his Montreal group, and there was also a Toronto group headed by Senator David McPherson, one of Macdonald's political cronies. Actually, the Prime Minister favored Allen as the man best equipped to bring his national dream to reality. And that was probably one of his great mistakes, because behind Allen stood the very people the railroad was supposed to keep out, the Americans. So there was a series of meetings between Allen and a young Canadian expatriate named George McMullen, who spoke for the Americans. Their correspondence tells us the kind of deal they made. In return for a large block of stock, Sir Hugh Allen was prepared to deliver the country and its railroad into Yankee hands.
I want to make it perfectly clear to you and to your American friends that I am not interested in the political aspects of the situation.
I understand.
But it has already been said to me by a member of Cabinet that it would be a pity if a work of such importance as the railroad were entrusted to foreigners. But you are not a foreigner, Mr. McMullen. You are a Canadian. And that, at this moment, is what intrigues. That catches the imagination. I believe we must proceed directly with the formation of a company.
Exactly.
It must, of course, look Canadian. In name and form, it must be so. We must consider the first of our problems. Cartier.
I agree.
Monsieur Cartier controls the parliamentary action of 44 members from Quebec, and there is an election coming up. I have already been at work winning over a considerable slice of that number. The politics are complicated, but the means are very straightforward.
I suggest a fund.
Something provided by American friends.
Say 30,000.
40.
To be distributed among persons whose support would be desirable.
I like things in writing, Macmillan.
That can be arranged.
Good. Then I can see nothing further standing in our way. Good night. Your position to our plans, at least, is well defined.
So, on December 23rd, 1871, Allen and McMullen's principals signed a formal, secret agreement. They made quite a pair, the aging robber baron of Ravenscrag and the 27-year-old speculator from Picton, Ontario. McMullen was a born promoter. He had that kind of agile mind that leaps from project to project, growing aphrodisiacs for the Chinese, of all things, and backing the development of a long-range cannon for the American Army, and inventing a process for preserving railroad ties, anything that would make him a dollar. Very few of these schemes worked out, but George McMullen certainly earned his place in Canadian history. By the early summer of 1872, the election campaign was in full swing and the Tories were desperately short of funds. In those days, the money was used for what was called treating the voters, a drink, a dinner, a $5 bill. All very illegal and all very common among both parties.
You know, I read in the press that enormous sums are being lavished on this campaign. By us, it's not said. But I will say this. If any of you out there have any money to spare and you wish to spend it on us, we'd be more than grateful for the gift of an awning. You know, they talk of hotly contested ridings, and I think this must be one of them.
Joke as you like, Johnny, but I got offered money to throw my vote.
And I hope you turned it down, sir. The Grits couldn't buy my vote either.
But money did talk. Hugh Allen had taken the Americans' funds, and he had shrewdly applied them all up and down the north shore of the St. Lawrence. Suddenly, Cartier was confronted by the electors of his Montreal ward. Unless the Pacific Railway contract was given in the interests of Lower Canada, and that meant to Sir Hugh Allen, Cartier would lose all support. He was already suffering the ravages of Bright's disease. All he could do was to appeal to MacDonald for help.
Very well. Very well. Something must be done, and we must do it. Now. Hugh.
Sir?
This is a wire to Cartier. Under the circumstances, I authorize you to assure Allen that the influence of the government will be exercised
To secure him the position of president. Other terms to be as agreed on between Toronto interests and you, Abbott. The whole matter
to be kept quiet until after the election.
He wants an answer.
Here is my answer. I am not satisfied. Not satisfied at all.
You have your legal advisor with you. Why don't you go away and draw up a response to this wire that does satisfy you?
Very well, Sir George. We shall return with an itemized answer in writing.
Are you not going to help us in our elections?
How much do you calculate you'll want?
With the oppositions against me, Well, I really cannot say, but perhaps $100,000.
Perhaps we should have that in writing, too.
Find out if you've heard from Cartier yet.
Yes, sir. Well, here in Ontario, you've recently elected a new premier. I can't remember his name.
Here we have, in black and white, what I believe you need of me. I quote, "The friends of the government will expect to be assisted with funds in the pending elections, etc., etc." It then goes on to mention more immediate requirements. Those funds to be distributed thus. Sir John A. MacDonald, 25,000. Honorable Mr. Lingerie, 15,000. Sir G.E.C., 20,000. Sir John A. MacDonald, additional 10,000. Honorable Mr. Lingerie, 10,000. Sir G.E.C., 30,000. This is more pertinent to my side of the story. In it, to be brief, I request that the offer of the presidency be made firm and binding, plus other requests, such as my own choice of directors, etc. So that it is what I want and what you want, if you please.
Yes.
The voting was just about to begin when MacDonald finally heard from Cartier, and he was appalled. He couldn't go to Montreal to straighten out the mess, so he wired a curt message. His original telegram of July 26 must remain, and this is the phrase he used, the basis of the agreement. Agreement. The word would return to haunt him. Well, Sir Hugh Allen withdrew those two damning letters, but he didn't withdraw his financial support. And even at that, the Tories under MacDonald just barely squeaked in. And poor old Cartier was defeated. That was the end of a distinguished political career. It also meant that Johnny MacDonald would have to struggle with the problem of the railway alone. It was time for a few distressing truths. Months ago, MacDonald had ordered Sir Hugh Allen to cut all connections with Americans. On October 7th, Allen admitted he had disobeyed those orders. A few weeks later, he revealed to the Prime Minister just how much money he'd advanced the Tories. Worse still, word of the agreement was beginning to leak out. Hugh Allen had further shocks to dispatch from his Gothic perch on Mount Royal. He mailed his expense account to Macmillan. Not the agreed 40,000, later raised to 50, but a whopping $350,000. And to top it all, on October 24th, he finally broke the news to the Americans that he'd have to dump them after all. On Christmas Eve, a furious Macmillan landed in Montreal, but Allen would not budge an inch. And so Macmillan had to leave, but not quite empty-handed. He climbed these stairs on the afternoon of New Year's Eve, 1872, and he headed for the office of the Prime Minister of Canada. And we know, from the later testimony of both men, pretty well what went on. If George Macmillan couldn't get compensation, he meant to have revenge.
What are these?
Letters from Sir Hugh Allen.
And what's my interest in them?
Why, those are letters, Prime Minister, to some very well-known American railroad gentleman.
And so?
From Sir Hugh Allen, sir.
You said that.
Prime Minister, I'm delivering Sir Hugh Allen directly into your hands. I can't believe you don't want him.
I thought I had him.
No, sir, you do not.
Go on.
Prime Minister, you must be aware of certain funds delivered during the last election to some of your colleagues.
Well, more, Mr. McMullen. I hang on your words and you deliver nothing.
What more need I say, sir, than you know what I speak of? And here is proof of where that money came from.
What money?
The funds delivered during the last election.
Now, there's no need to get excited, Mr. McMullen. Will you have a drink?
No, thank you.
Perhaps if you could read a little of what you have there in your hands. My eyes and the light, and I'm very tired.
This dated June 12th last. It is written to myself. It will not be necessary for either you or I to talk to the government in Ottawa. I believe I have got the whole thing arranged through my French friends by means you are aware of. And we now have the pledge of Sir G that we will have a majority and other things satisfactory. I have told you all along that this was the true basis of operations. It then goes on to say...
That will do, Mr. McMullen. Now, I have no inclination to enter into a long discussion with you about the character of Sir Hugh Allen, nor his motives, nor his means. But I will not have you imply that he was engaged in bribery with my government, because that is preposterous.
Then if Mr. Allen is not engaged in bribery, he is engaged in the swindle of the century.
What swindle, Mr. McMullen?
Wouldn't you call it a swindle to accept almost $400,000 for the purpose of political cultivation and end up putting it in your own pocket?
Yes, I would. $400,000, yes. And whose was it?
All I can say is that it was American money. Prime Minister, you have an agreement with Sir Hugh Allen. Whether you like it or not, that agreement includes American interests. Now, either you must stick to that agreement, or you must get rid of Hugh Allen altogether. Now.
Mr. McMullen, I'm not at all sure that I can help you. Obviously, you have a problem, and it distresses me for your sake that Sir Hugh Allen has not been more honest with you. You mention American capital, and that amazes me. So far as I am concerned, Sir Hugh could never have obtained what he wanted. The people of Canada would not allow it. How can he, or you for that matter, imagine that I, or my government, would entertain the idea of American capital being involved? This, sir, is a Canadian venture. And as far as it seems to me, that's the end of it.
You must know, sir, that I'm quite willing to let those letters go elsewhere.
Oh. Well, I did not say I was not interested in looking at them, but of course I can't peruse them all at once. Put it this way. I will meet within the next weeks Mr. Abbott. I am correct. Mr. Abbott handles Sir Hugh's affairs. We will see what I can do in your behalf. Does that suit you? Very well. Well, I think we can say goodnight on that. I wish you a happy new year, and I will not add prosperous. It might be unseemly, but I will say happy new year.
So, for the first time in the history of this country, and indeed the only time, somebody tried to blackmail the Prime Minister. It looked as if John A. Macdonald had finally been backed into a corner. For the better part of a year, he'd been telling himself and the country at large that Sir Hugh Allen was the only possible choice to head the Pacific Railway Company. And now this same Allen stood revealed as a liar, a double dealer, and worst of all, in Macdonald's eyes, a Yankee lover. And this was the man who was setting off for London to enter in the most delicate financial negotiations to get backing for the largest railway in the world. If the financial people knew what Macdonald knew, the whole railway project would collapse like a soap bubble. He heard from the Americans within a month, and they wanted to know if Macdonald had any objections, if they would petition Parliament for compensation for Allen's double dealing. Well, Macdonald had every objection in the world. That's the last thing he wanted. So he had only one recourse, really. That was to buy them off and get hold of those damning letters. But John A. Macdonald would have no clear idea how much his enemies knew until the evening of April 2nd, 1873.
The Speaker recognizes the honourable member for
It was Lucius Seth Huntington who rose to deliver the motion that Macdonald and the Tories had feared for so long.
I would like to make the following motion. That as a member of this House, having stated in my place that I am credibly informed and believe I can establish by satisfactory evidence that in anticipation of the legislation of the last session as to the Pacific Railway, an agreement was made between Sir Hugh Allen and certain other Canadian promoters and one Mr. G.W. McMullen, acting for certain United States capitalists, whereby the latter agreed to furnish all the funds necessary for the construction of the contemplated railway. That an understanding was come to between the government and Sir Hugh Allen, that Sir Hugh Allen and his friends should forward a large amount of money for the purpose of aiding the election of ministers and their supporters at the ensuing general election, and that he and his friends should receive the contract for the construction of the railway.
Shame.
Shame.
Order, gentlemen. This is an urgent.
The story was out in the open at last. Lucius Huntington moved that a committee be appointed to inquire into all circumstances connected with the construction of the Pacific Railway. The Pacific scandal had begun. There was a brief silence. The motion was defeated. But the next day, Macdonald himself was forced to set up an investigating committee. He knew that not much investigating could go on because the two key witnesses were in England. Cartier in rapidly failing health, and Allen still looking for railway backers. They didn't call John A. Macdonald Old Tomorrow for nothing. He was playing for time, and for a while he was succeeding. The investigating committee got so entangled with red tape that it accomplished nothing. And that could mean a safer royal commission of Macdonald's own choosing. But then came the worst possible news from England. Sir Hugh Allen had utterly failed to get financial backing for the Pacific Railway. And the old partnership of Cartier and Macdonald was no more. The body of Georges Etienne Cartier was shipped back to Canada in June and buried on this spot in Montreal. He was one of the architects of this country. The only blot on a distinguished career, his relationship with Hugh Allen. And so Macdonald lost his friend, confidant, political comrade in arms, and strong right hand at the worst possible moment. By July 17th, the newspapers had the whole story, names and cash amounts. political dynamite, with the Prime Minister absent on holiday. The public was thunderstruck. This was Canada's first national scandal. MacDonald learned of the press leak from a note scribbled by a Tory colleague. And then he simply vanished from sight. Not even his wife knew where he was. There were rumors of suicide. His cabinet was frantic. Parliament was to reconvene in just over 3 weeks. By the time those 3 weeks were up, MacDonald was back here in Ottawa and back in fighting trim. They had one incredibly stormy day in Parliament, and then the Committee of Inquiry totally collapsed and Sir John got his Royal Commission. And the hearings were held here in the East Block in a committee room very like this one. Some of the key witnesses would not be heard from. McMullen, for instance, was hiding out in Chicago, and a lot of those who did take the stand couldn't seem to remember very much. You had the spectacle of prominent politicians and astute businessmen fumbling about with their testimony, talking about letters that had been destroyed and files that are missing, and mumbling weasel phrases like, not to the best of my recollection, and I don't think I could have said that sort of thing. So it's easy to see why Johnny MacDonald was so anxious to replace a parliamentary committee of inquiry with a royal commission. The cartoonists had a field day. John A. MacDonald, prosecutor, defendant, and judge. By mid-October, the commission slowly ground to a halt, with no official report or comment. But the evidence clearly showed MacDonald guilty on one humiliating charge. The Prime Minister, who was also the Justice Minister, had used money illegally in the election. He had 3 choices. He could resign immediately, he could call an election, let the country decide, or he could go to Parliament and fight it out in the House, where he'd suffer the jibes of the Liberal leader, Alexander Mackenzie.
Unless some sinister object was to be obtained, there could be no reason whatsoever for the government to refuse submission of this contract. I say, refuse submission.
But it wasn't Mackenzie that MacDonald feared.
When will Blake speak? It is known. I must know. I must know. I cannot speak until Blake has spoken. Why is he holding back?
Accordingly, they resisted.
What does he know?
Adoption of any measure intended to purify our electoral system. Now, would I be judging them too harshly if I said that the only possible motive that could be fairly attributed to such a course was that they had already resolved to carry the elections at all hazards, even if improper means had to be used? We are asked to believe that those obligations to Sir Hugh Allen were only obligations of time, and the contribution of a friend.
Tory support was dwindling. Some members, such as Donald Smith of Manitoba, remained uncommitted, to the chagrin of MacDonald and his colleague, Charles Tupper.
Have we got Smith?
It's hard to say. You didn't help matters much when you talked to him last night.
I don't remember what he said.
You got his backup.
Oh, well, he can be an awful old woman at times, but he has always voted with us.
Let's hope he continues to.
Mr. Speaker, we are being asked to ignore all logic, all inference from the evidence placed before us. We are being asked to declare that circumstances which point to one thing do not point to that thing at all. We are being asked to vote that black is white.
And still, not a word from MacDonald. The strain would be intolerable until he could know what final damning revelation the Liberals might make, until the House had heard from that consummate orator, Edward Blake.
We want to know, and the country wants to know, the temper in which Parliament is to deal with this great question. All right, I have listened to the long speech of the honourable member with a sense of sympathy. A sense of sympathy in which his friends must join, while this great question which is before the House as to whether the Prime Minister of this country, wishing money, met a great public contractor who wished for the contract. Whether the one got the money and the other the contract, while this great question which has convulsed the country and startled the world was under consideration, that the government should put forth a man who spoke but lightly of the great question.
Has Mr. Blake spoken yet? Then I will have to.
Sir?
Blake. MacDonald is going to speak tonight.
The Prime Minister had finally seen through Liberal strategy. There would be no further revelations. Blake's plan, apparently, had been to delay his broadside until MacDonald was beyond coherent speech. And from the look of things, it might still work.
You wanted to see me, Sir John.
Did I?
Your secretary said you did.
Oh, yes. During my speech, be a good fellow and organize one of the page boys.
Delighted. Brandy and soda?
No, no, no. Gin. At least let it look like water. We must confuse the opposition.
With anything?
Just as it comes.
"9 p.m., Monday, November 3rd, 1873. Every member was in his place except the exiled member from Provencher, Louis Riel. People had been pouring into the capital all day to hear the anticipated duel between John A. MacDonald and his dour adversary, Edward Blake.
I recognize the...
And then the moment came. Regardless of fatigue and alcohol, MacDonald would have to make the speech of a lifetime.
Mr. Speaker, I had not intended to address the House on the amendment in your hands at present. My testimony in this affair has already been given under oath to the Commission. To them, I have endeavored to state the whole of our case and to reveal everything. Therefore, I do not see how it can accord with the ordinary rule if I were to supplement that statement given under oath with another statement here, not
given under oath. However, I have been taunted. Oh, no, not in this house, but I have been taunted in the press and elsewhere to the effect that I have been withholding my statement, that I have been withholding my statement, and that I am afraid to meet this house. But I am not afraid to meet this house, for here I stand.
He would stand there, electrifying the house for 5 hours. And by the time the clock had ticked its way past midnight, MacDonald had moved from defense to attack.
Oh, I knew I would have a hard battle to fight. And I did what I could for the purpose of getting money to help in the election. A hard battle. For I would have to counteract the whole force of the honorable gentleman opposite, legitimate and illegitimate. See, my party is not the same means of doing things as the honorable gentleman opposite. Have men of espionage who'll pick your lock and steal your pocketbook. Why, if I had all these, I might have been as strong as the honorable gentleman opposite, but we were fighting an uneven battle with the honorable gentleman opposite, who simply made stealing a virtue. The conspiracy from the beginning, and yes, it was a conspiracy. The honorable member for Shefford said he had obtained certain documents. How? How did he get those documents? Well, I would ask each of the honorable members to ask himself. Where did Mr. G.W. McMullen, the American agent of an American company who was in correspondence with Sir Hugh Allen, where did he get the papers with which he came to us, attempting to levy blackmail upon us? That was in December, and I told him to go to... Well, I did not say anything unseemly to him at the time, but I did ask him to go out of my office. Well, Mr. McMullen went to Sir Hugh Allen, and he did levy blackmail upon him. That is not an hypothesis on my part, Mr. Speaker. For we know that Hugh Allen promised McMullen $17,000 for those papers, and that was money was raised to his hand. But the honorable member for Shefford gave McMullen something more. I deny that! The honorable member cannot deny that he gave him something more!
But I do deny it, Mr. Speaker. It is utterly without foundation.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Shefford bought those papers. It was confirmed by none other than his guide, philosopher, and friend, the editor of the Montreal Herald, who said he bought those papers.
I never got any information from Mr. McMullen until long after I'd made my charges in this house. Long after. And the statement of the right honorable gentleman is utterly without foundation, and I will say further that the statement he made a few moments ago that I was influenced here by foreign gold and that foreign gold had been used in my election is so utterly unfounded, so false in every particular, foully false, that I challenge the right honorable gentleman to the combat!
Well, it's very evident I hit a sore spot.
The House had not seen MacDonald in this form for many months. He seemed to be drawing on a hidden well of energy. Now he knew that Edward Blake would follow with a devastating attack, and so he was determined to give his listeners a speech they would never forget. He had to, because if he couldn't rally his party, he couldn't remain as leader.
There's been a great deal of talk about monies spent by us in the election. But I can tell you of one gentleman opposite who spent $26,000. And I can prove it. Others, too, spending between $30,000 and $5,000. I got the affidavits in my desk.
Hear, hear. I say, hear, hear.
Ah, we hear the honorable gentleman opposite crying, "Here, here." One of our offenders, I can also prove payment to an elector on his behalf.
Mr. Speaker, not a penny went out of my pocket.
Oh, well, you know, if a man's not got a pocket, his wife has.
It was 1:30 in the morning when MacDonald, in a fever pitch, reached the climax of his speech.
Can this House truly believe that my government is guilty of any of these charges? No. I challenge the House. I challenge the country. I challenge the world to read the Charter. Read the Charter, read it, line by line and word for word. And they will find nothing in it which degrades the life of this nation, this dominion. They will find in it nothing of favor to one man over any other. And I am confident that the people of Canada will rally to us, notwithstanding the many errors and the many failings of my life. I appeal to the people of Canada. Nay, I appeal to a higher court even than that. I appeal to the court of my own conscience. Mr. Speaker, we now leave this case to this House with every confidence that they will weigh it against other fortunes than my own. I believe I can say there does not exist in Canada a man who has given more of his time, more of his heart, more of his wealth, more of his intellect, more of his powers, such as they may be, for the good of the Dominion of Canada.
For an exhausted Prime Minister, this was a personal triumph. But now, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the House still sitting, it was Edward Blake's turn to rise. And he would go at it for another 5 hours, right into the next afternoon and evening. Blake was icily dispassionate. He had an ability to cut right to the bone. And the Liberal Party had given him the difficult task of counteracting the emotional effect of MacDonald's speech.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman who has just addressed the House for more than 5 hours has, in a long parliamentary experience, learned how to conduct a weak case, as no man is better suited to know than himself. And so he throws himself upon the decision of this House, upon the integrity of its members, and upon the intelligence of its people. Fine words, fine sentiments, to which my short answer is that when the right honorable gentleman was called upon to vindicate before the people his policy, when he was called upon by reason and argument to sustain his course and to prove his title to the confidence of this country during the late election, it was not to these high and elevating sentiments he appealed. It was not upon the intelligent judgment of the people he relied, but upon Sir Hugh Allen's money.
This night or tomorrow night will see the end of 20 years of corruption. This night or tomorrow night will see the dawn of a brighter and better day in the administration of public affairs in this country. Sir, you will not heal the festering sore by healing the skin above it. You must lance it and cleanse it.
The honorable member...
Blake finally finished. But had he been able to cancel out the effects of MacDonald's passionate appeal? If the Liberals could get only 4 votes from the new members from Prince Edward Island, there might be an almost evenly divided House.
In the matter of expressing confidence in the present government, I must declare my opposition.
It was an hour past midnight. Now the fate of the government was in the hands of the one influential figure yet to declare himself, the independent member for Selkirk, Donald Smith.
Mr. Speaker, to begin with, allow me to say that after long and deliberate consideration, I cannot believe the First Minister accepted Sir Hugh Allen's money with any corrupt motive. And not only must I say that I believe the leader of the government did not accept Mr. Allen's money from corrupt motives, but also that he could not, that as a man of honor, he would not. Indeed, I would be most willing to declare my intention of voting for the government on this matter.
Order, gentlemen! Order!
I said I would be willing. Could I do so conscientiously? Mr. Speaker, it is with great regret that I cannot do so, for though I feel there has been no corruption, I sense there has been a very grave impropriety, and therefore it is my intention to declare myself in opposition.
For the government, this was the end. MacDonald wouldn't allow it to go to a vote. The government resigned the next day and he went into opposition, and ever since then there's been an argument about how much he knew of events as they happened. We know that there was an agreement between Allen and Cartier. Allen thought that he had bought and paid for the presidency of the CPR. Cartier knew that. Did MacDonald know it? Maybe. But in Charles Tupper's phrase, he was on the drink at the time. Wonderful phrase, that. On the other hand, if he didn't know, why did he champion Allen for so long? Because there were many warning signs, you know. Allen's perfidy about American involvement in the railroad, Allen's verbal indiscretions about the agreement. I think that MacDonald suspected both Allen and Cartier all right, but he didn't know the details, and he probably didn't want to know them. He rationalized them to himself, and he tried to rationalize them to the country. The country wasn't buying. There was an election early in the new year. Alexander Mackenzie won in a landslide. MacDonald was out. And so the railway, the great national dream, brought about his downfall. It ruined his health, it had stained his honor, it had wrecked his career. Most people expected he would simply vanish from the political scene. And maybe he expected it too. But although John A. MacDonald was out, nobody was going to keep him down for long. I hope you enjoyed tonight's program and that you will join me for next week's episode, The Horrid BC Business. Next week, the new Prime Minister, Alexander Mackenzie, inherits all the railway headaches, with British Columbia clamoring for its railway. With the Governor-General interfering with the mountain surveys a shambles, it's the horrid BC business.
As to your other suggestion, that you should go west and take part in one of these surveys, that, of course, is entirely out of the question. Surely you realize the cost is too great.
Look you, Mr. Mackenzie.
Look you, Mr. Smith. You were taken on here to replace Mr. Fleming in his lamentable absence. That you should plan to go traipsing over the continent is, to say the least of it, outrageous. If you plan to do any surveys, sir, you will do them here, at your desk.
Prime Minister,
There will be no argument, Mr. Smith. That's the end of it.
Two of a kind.
Good evening, I'm Pierre Burton. Tonight we continue our repeat screening of The National Dream, a series of programs about the building of the Canadian Pacific Railway. First produced in 1974 by CBC Television, These programs provide a fascinating insight into our ongoing struggle for identity. Join me for part 3, the horrid BC business. By 1874, the Canadian wilderness, vast and untrammeled, was still being probed by men of the Canadian Pacific Survey. Hundreds of them were risking their lives trying to find the best route to carry rails across the continent to the Pacific. Far from the political maneuverings in Ottawa, the endless surveys went on, exploring, measuring, and mapping the unknown crannies of the nation. And then, in Ottawa, catastrophe.
All right, come on, get that hose hooked up. You fellas, get another line going.
Alexander Mackenzie's years in office began and ended in disaster. On January 26, 1874, just 3 days after his election, an old barrack building on Parliament Hill went up in flames, and with it went the records of the Canadian Pacific Survey. And that meant that almost 3 years of heartbreak and hardship in the wilderness had all been for nothing. Mackenzie was swept into office in a landslide election as leader of the Liberal or Reform Party. He was supposed to clean up the corruption and confusion surrounding the Tories' Pacific scandal. But now, with the legacy of John A. Macdonald's national dream facing him, his troubles were only beginning. I would say that one of his minor ordeals was the compulsory visit to the fashionable studio of William Topley, the Ottawa photographer, to have his official new portrait taken.
What is it you do now, Mr. Tomlin?
Patience, Prime Minister. Patience. We're almost there.
Being obliged to this photograph, Mr. Topley, I came here entirely prepared for patience, but not endurance.
Just a smile, please, Prime Minister. A slightly more jovial expression, please, Prime Minister. Just a smile, please, Mr. Mackenzie.
I am smiling.
Very well, then. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we are. Now, just one more, please, Mr. Mackenzie.
Must we do more of this? I can't bear to stand still
No.
so long.
Now that I am First Minister, I must be willing for that sort of thing. I dare say.
Alexander Mackenzie, the primmest of our prime ministers, a blunt, unbending Baptist, as rigid as the granite he used to carve up in his days as a stonemason. As a clear-grit liberal, he was dead set against what he considered the spendthrift railway policies of the Tories. But as prime minister, he could scarcely ignore the pledge that John A. Macdonald had made to BC to link that province with the rest of Canada by a line of steel. And so there was Mackenzie, caught between the pull of that clamorous province on the Pacific and the relentless tug of his cabinet colleague, the implacable Edward Blake. This was the man with the real power in the Liberal Party. Very curious creature, Blake, baffling in many ways, absolutely brilliant, seething with ambition, but far too sensitive, really, to be a politician. Even an imagined slight could literally cause him to burst into tears in public. With his Ontario background, he was the rallying point for the anti-British Columbia feeling. And within the party, he was a popular alternative as Prime Minister. He was the one man whose support Mackenzie had to have. But Blake's opposition to the railroad was so strong that it was doubtful he'd continue to serve in Mackenzie's cabinet if he thought more money was going to be squandered on it. And here is the elegant arbiter in the growing clash between East and West, Governor-General of Canada, Lord Dufferin. Very dapper nobleman and a bit of a ham. Dufferin got a lot of his wit and his charm from his Irish ancestor, the playwright Richard Sheridan. Bored by Ottawa, he was positively itching for a chance to show off his talents as a diplomat, even if that meant dropping his official neutrality.
4, 5, 6. Thank you.
Dufferin was genuinely concerned about Canada's nationhood and was quite prepared to bring Mother England into the fray, a move that was calculated to bring utter dismay to the face of any Canadian politician. And there was poor Mackenzie, caught in the middle. In addition to everything else, he insisted on being his own Minister of Public Works, the self-appointed new broom that would sweep the taint of the Pacific scandal right out of the government offices, clean up the corruption, build the impossible railway, pull the country together. These were the tasks that this solemn and slightly dyspeptic Scot had taken on, and he actually believed he could do them all. Certainly the Eastern voters were solidly behind the Liberals. To them it had been nonsense, and bitterly expensive nonsense at that, to pay out good money for a mammoth railway project just to satisfy a handful of people on the distant shores of the Pacific. But to the new province on the coast, the East was reneging on its bargain. BC had joined Confederation on the strength of a promised railway. But now, 3 years later, where was it? And in Victoria, the people were demanding even more than had been promised. They wanted a rail link all the way to Vancouver Island. Without it, the economic life here might soon wither and die. On the mainland, they didn't care whether or not the line reached Vancouver Island as long as it went through their own settled areas. So with BC quarreling over the route and clamoring over the delays, Alexander Mackenzie took office. He was sincere enough and hardworking too, but I'd say that there was more than a grain of truth in a remark once made about him, that his strong point as a political leader consisted in his having been a stonemason, but his weak point consisted in his being one still. Now he had to try to persuade Blake to remain in his cabinet, and he was trying to hold down two jobs at the same time, Minister of Public Works as well as Prime Minister. It was a back-breaking task. He didn't have a secretary. He wrote all his own letters by hand, and he was constantly besieged by political friends and their relatives.
Fraser, is it?
Yes, sir.
And what is it you want? A job?
Yes, sir.
What sort of a job?
I don't know, sir.
And your qualifications?
Well, I got school.
Good. Excellent. In that case, you'll be prepared for the examinations, won't you?
But what am I to be examined in, sir?
Greek. In the Department of Public Works, of course you must have Greek and Latin. Writing, spelling, composition, mensuration, algebra, geometry, to say nothing of the more common arithmetic. And, oh yes, Fraser, and oratory. Now you go right back through that door, and you tell Mr. Beverley that you require to be examined.
Yes, sir.
Make certain now, Fraser. I want all the boys and the gentlemen waiting out there to hear what you have to say.
Yes, sir.
You're Aaron Fraser's son, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Aaron Fraser?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't he vote for MacDonald?
Yes, sir. But only sometimes, sir.
Blake, look at these letters. This is the horror of political office. All the favors that friends and acquaintances automatically assume will be theirs.
Judging from your tactics with that young man, you seem to have the upper hand.
Aye. For the time. Mistress Mackenzie was asking after your well-being. All right. You have something you wish to say. Something I doubtless dread and would prefer you not to say.
This.
Your accursed integrity. I suppose this is final?
Put it this way. My writing's not too bad. I can spell. I have arithmetic, geometry, algebra. Even my oratory is passable. But I have no Greek, Mr. Mackenzie. And like that young man out there, I have a fatal terror of examinations.
How can you joke?
Because I see it as a joke. We fought for power. Now we have it. And we can't see eye to eye on how to use it. That is either a tragedy or a joke. And for the moment, I prefer the joke. Good day, Alex.
So it had finally come. Blake's official resignation from the cabinet. Unlike Blake, Mackenzie felt obliged to take a stab at building John A. Macdonald's impossible railway. So he made a cautious beginning. The line would be built in sections as a public work. Lake steamers could make connections out to Thunder Bay, and rails could push on towards Winnipeg. But then came the mountains. Did all those surveying delays come from practicalities or from politics? We can't be sure. But plotting a route to the Pacific would mean plenty of headaches for the engineer-in-chief, Sandford Fleming.
But, on the other hand, to take the road this way would lead through land of agricultural potential. And we must not forget the consequences of building our railway, the effect it will have upon the development of the country. Now, over here.
Mr. Fleming, I do agree with your approach, which is admirable. Now, you have your decisions to make about this railroad, and I have mine. As a matter of fact, if your difficult decisions were delayed with justification, then my equally difficult decisions would also have to be delayed. Is that not so?
Absolutely, Prime Minister. But as I was
One
about
moment,
to say...
if you would. I must have your assurance that these delays cannot be accounted as political, but are necessary from a strictly engineering standpoint. Well, you realize what I am saying, Mr. Fleming?
I can assure you, Prime Minister, that any delays that are accountable through this office are entirely necessary and entirely to do with engineering. And I'm prepared to make that statement to anybody.
Good.
By now, Fleming was considering 12 different routes through British Columbia to 7 different harbors on the coast. His own trip west in 1872 had shown him what the railroad builders would be up against and what the surveyors must contend with. He'd already decided which pass would take the line to the Rockies. It was going to be the Yellowhead. But he still kept sending parties out to examine alternate choices just in case. In January 1874, a survey party under E.W. Jarvis was dispatched to investigate the remote Smoky Pass. Jarvis approached the Rockies from the west through the bitter cold of a mountain winter. He and his men struggled over a territory that still had not been mapped. They camped out in temperatures that dropped to 50 below zero, with only a blanket apiece and a cotton tent to keep them from freezing to death. On one memorable occasion, while they were making their way along a snow-covered river, they suddenly found themselves perched upon a ledge of ice at the top of a frozen waterfall 210 feet high. When they eventually made it back to civilization, they'd been on the trail for 116 days. They'd traveled almost 2,000 miles, and they were on the very edge of starvation. It was a terrible price to pay.
We are asked to begin at once, though we cannot find the route. And yet, until we have found the least impracticable route through that sea of mountains, it is folly to talk of the work of construction.
Well, I believe it is the right of British Columbia to prosecute where they can that Canada should fulfill its bargain. But I deny there is any reason we should plunge this country into ruin by their attempt. Let me say to you that if, under all these circumstances, the Colombians were to say to us, you must go on and finish the railroad according to the terms, or take the alternative of releasing us from Confederation, then I should take the alternative.
It was small wonder that Ontario farmers cheered Edward Blake's denunciation of the railway. By the fall of 1874, when he made that famous speech at Aurora, the whole country was in the grip of a serious depression. Grain prices collapsed, farmers fled the land and crowded into the towns, where already there wasn't enough work to go around. Like so much else in Canada, the Depression had been imported from the United States, touched off by the spectacular failure of the Northern Pacific Railway. Soon other industries were in trouble on both sides of the border. Without American markets, the Canadian lumber industry slumped. Shipping came to a standstill. Almost 10,000 Canadian businesses would fail. And poverty spread across the nation. It was hardly the time to start building a transcontinental railway, but the Liberals had to make a show of beginning. And so on June 1st, 1875, at Thunder Bay, the local citizenry turned out for the turning of the first sod of the railway's eastern terminus. There had been another first sod turning ceremony at Esquimalt, out on Vancouver Island, the proposed western terminus. But that was about as close as British Columbia had come to getting the long-awaited Pacific Railway. If the railway was ever to reach Vancouver Island, it would have to come this way, Butte Inlet, the only one of Sandford Fleming's several routes that could conceivably reach beyond the mainland. This long Pacific fjord could connect with several passes in the Rockies by a series of interior river valleys. But you could hardly call it Fleming's route. It really belonged to one man, the man who fell in love with it when he first saw it in 1872, Marcus Smith. And he was one of the most controversial figures in the whole Canadian Pacific Survey. Tough, quarrelsome, stubborn. Smith was absolutely dedicated to these spectacular canyons that led to Butte Inlet, about 170 miles north of the future site of Vancouver. He was notoriously hard on anybody unfortunate enough to work for him, but he was just as hard on himself. In his 60th year, Marcus Smith was still scrambling around his beloved canyon cliffs, and then he was called to Ottawa. By the spring of 1876, Sandford Fleming was completely exhausted and ordered by his doctors to take an extended leave in England. He had no idea what he was in for when he proposed that Marcus Smith should take his place.
It gives us precisely what we want. On the mainland, the railway runs to the Butte Inlet. There, look at it there. Down the inlet, across Georgia Strait to the island, down the island all the way to Esquimalt. There you are.
Are you saying that you want to bring the road down this grueling 50 miles of granite cliffs, and that you then want to leap 29 miles of water to the island?
Yes.
At Butte Inlet, there was no place for the railway to run, no place to build a terminus, and no good anchorage for ships. It would mean 8 miles of tunneling and untold rock cuts just for the right-of-way along those sea-torn cliffs. And then the track must hop over to Vancouver Island, across 6 deep intervening channels where the riptide sometimes tore through at 9 knots. It would take 8,000 feet of bridging, and in 2 places the spans would have to be 1,300 feet long, greater than any arch then existing anywhere in the world.
What you propose, Mr. Smith, would require work of a most formidable character.
Of course. But
on the other hand, as you have so endlessly pointed out, the route does have certain advantages.
Ah, yes.
On the other hand, when you come right down to it, any further discussion of Butte Inlet is, well, somewhat irrelevant.
Irrelevant?
Somewhat, yes. Since the terminus, after all, will really be on the island. Oh, you see my point. You'd not be wanting any anchorage at Butte. On the other hand, when one considers the cost of bridging the channel in order to put the terminus on the island, well, it'll surely be unprecedented in magnitude. Although, who knows? One day, British Columbia will be a very rich province indeed, and will be able to afford 500 bridges. Besides, the exigencies of the future may render an unbroken line of rail even as far as the outer shore of Vancouver Island indispensable. At any cost. Whatever. On the other hand, the Barad route, that would be infinitely more expensive to construct than that route of yours, than Butte. Oh, one simply does not know. On the other hand, the Barad is the route with most advantages for the population. You don't like the Barad, do you?
No, sir, I do not, and I won't have it spoken of.
Well, I shouldn't worry. If we consider the paramount objective to be an unbroken line of railway to Vancouver Island, the only route open for selection is yours, is Butte. On the other hand...
Oh, God damn it, Mr. Fleming!
Through it all, Mackenzie did his best. By now, he was plagued with all the symptoms of political tensions, including insomnia and intestinal inflammation. He seemed incapable of delegating authority or of solving the political problems created by the railway. And the people began to wonder, how much longer could he last? All during the Mackenzie years, Rideau Hall here in Ottawa was occupied by a young and vigorous Governor General, Frederick Temple Blackwood, Viscount Clandeboy and Earl of Dufferin. I get the impression, you know, that the government sometimes thought he was a bit too vigorous. He was a great speech maker and a bit of an egotist. He used to send out advanced texts of his speeches, liberally peppered with the word applause. In his speeches, he talked a great deal about the need for national unity. But now there were graver matters. British Columbia was champing at the bit, threatening to leave Confederation because the railway still hadn't been built. So Dufferin interfered. He brought in the British Colonial Secretary to arbitrate the dispute with British Columbia. And as a result, BC agreed to extend the deadline, to accept a delay in return for a sum of money as compensation. And that caused increased tensions between East and West, and certainly raised the hackles here in Ottawa over British interference in a purely Canadian matter.
Are we going west?
Yes.
Frederick, will there be anarchists? People like that?
Never. That's precisely why we're going. Let's put a stop to all that before it begins.
I will admit it makes the most charming sight. Aye. Should he tempt your anger, withdraw. Your Excellency.
Prime Minister, how good of you to come.
Always, my lord, it is good of you to take the time to see us.
Mr. Blake, I'm very glad to see you here. Up until now, I haven't had the opportunity of sounding you out personally on the idea of my going west.
By the spring of 1876, Mackenzie had been able to persuade Edward Blake to re-enter his cabinet. They still did not see eye to eye on the railway, but they were equally appalled by Dufferin's latest suggestion that the Governor-General himself should go to BC, not with vice-regal neutrality, but as a diplomat to speak for both Canada and Great Britain.
Only, my lord, to say...
Never mind, Mr. Blake. I can guess.
I mean only to say, sir...
that the Crown must not appear to meddle. I'm very sorry, Mr. Blake, that you've not brought a more original opinion to this argument. Prime Minister, once more I urgently request that you use me in this situation. I cannot help but believe that my going to British Columbia can do anything less than bring them round in our direction.
Very well. May I say this? If what your Excellency proposes can be described as a formal progress by the Governor-General to the province of British Columbia, then neither I nor the Prime Minister can possibly stand against it. Sir, Mr. Blake has said it exactly. Not a mission from the Dominion government. None of the ambassadorial overtones you have asked for, but only...
But only a progress.
Yes, sir.
Well, I see I shall not get my way. Very well, gentlemen. Mr. Blake, Prime Minister.
Excellency.
Lord and Lady Dufferin took their tour west, and Victoria gave them a royal welcome, with a few broad hints about the railways scattered among the decorative arches that had sprung up everywhere. Well, they finally escaped from Victoria, and they came up here to the end of Butte Inlet. This is Waddington Harbor, because they wanted to have a look at those granite cliffs, which would have to give way if the railroad was ever to go across to Vancouver Island. Dufferin must have been exhausted, because for the past 7 days, 10 hours a day, he'd been receiving delegation after delegation, all of them clamoring to have the railway brought down to Victoria. And he was dismayed to find absolutely no flicker of national feeling.
We may take it for granted, I think, that the spending of money in their neighborhood, and not the railway, is the real thing to which the British Columbia people look.
Next on the itinerary was a trip up Burrard Inlet and through the Fraser Canyon, here, along the route the railway would take if it only went to the BC mainland. Lady Dufferin used the word pretty to describe her view of the Fraser Canyon. Well, it's not a word that an engineer would use, looking up at these high, glowering cliffs. All very picturesque, but the fact remained that these cliffs represented almost as many engineering impossibilities as Butte Inlet. Dufferin headed back from here to Victoria with considerable sympathy for British Columbia and with the suspicion that Mackenzie, pushed by Blake, was trying to wiggle out of Ottawa's commitments.
Most earnestly do I desire the accomplishment of all your aspirations. And if ever I have the good fortune to come to British Columbia again, I hope it may be by rail.
But the horrid BC business, as Dufferin called it, wasn't over yet. When he got back to Rideau Hall in Ottawa, Dufferin still wanted Britain to re-enter the picture.
Your Excellency, I will say this one last time. The matter is settled. My colleagues and I are agreed that there is nothing more to be done except to proceed with the construction of the railroad as fast as the resources of the country will permit.
But my honor is involved here. Not only my honor, but the colonial secretary's as well. For we have been ill-used by you gentlemen. Arbitration has been submitted through our good graces, and you turn it down. Mr. Mackenzie, I urgently request that you reconsider. I ask you to see the wisdom and the necessity of allowing this report of mine to go to the British Colonial Office.
My lord, we have said all this before. This is Canada, my lord, where it does not sit well that a colonial secretary in far-off Britain should be so ready to meddle with affairs that have no direct bearing on imperial interests. As to your honor, my lord, if my ministers turn your wishes down in concert, then your honor must submit to it. The ministers of any government are answerable only to the Parliament, and well you know it, sir. There is no higher authority to whom they must answer, none, not even to you.
You will go too far, Mackenzie.
And you, my lord, have gone too far. You ask us to submit to arbitration once again, when already there are voices on every side shouting at us what we must do. It is enough that I must endure the shouting and abuse from British Columbia and the East. The bargain is hard enough to honor as it is, my lord. I beg of you, leave it alone.
Prime Minister, this is not interference, nor is it meddling. It is advice.
Sir, you had no mission from the government of this Dominion. If that report embodies anything more than a purely personal view of these matters, it cannot and it will not be sent.
You press very hard, Mr. Blake. Prime Minister, once more I offer this advice.
And I reject it, my lord. I will not accept your advice. We have nothing more to say to each other on this matter. Indeed, there is nothing more to be said beyond that which I owe you in respect of your office. But I feel constrained to warn you, my lord, that there can be no arbitration. And I will no longer submit to your urging of it. I have already offered you my resignation, my lord. If you now feel that you must request it, then I offer it to you again. For if you persist in offering me your advice, then I fear you must find someone who better suits your views of what this country is about, and that's all I have to say.
You know very well there is nothing I want less than your resignation. Very well, I admit I may not advise your government at the official level. But what if you're wrong?
But we are not wrong, my lord, in this matter.
If you are not wrong, Mr. Blake, then where is the railroad? Good God, sir, it's been offered over and over again. Either you build the railroad, or you make sufficient recompense to British Columbia and get out of it.
But you will do neither.
My lord, the recompense was offered, but it was refused. Now all we can do is offer them the promise of the railroad, and in time it will be honored.
When?
I cannot say, my lord, when the country can afford it.
But never at the expense of the Eastern taxpayer. Never. That was your promise. And the promise of the British Colonial Secretary.
Mr. Blake, you have deliberately misinterpreted that document. And in the Commons, too. Well, Mackenzie?
You have your answer, my lord, and my request that we might break this meeting off.
I have not my answer, and you shall not leave until I do have it. Prime Minister, I call on you to answer. I have that right, and I insist.
My answer to what matter, my lord?
On this report. On the railroad. On what you intend doing about compensating British Columbia. What will you do, sir? Well?
That, my lord.
I take it the interview is concluded, Your Excellency?
Indeed it is.
Well, that was an extraordinary scene, but it actually happened the first time in Canadian history, in fact, the only time, in which a Governor-General and his own First Minister almost came to blows. And those are Lord Dufferin's own words. Well, the next morning they all cooled off and they decided to postpone a decision for 18 months until the surveys were completed. More political procrastination. By 1877, 46,000 miles of Canada had been reconnoitered, with 25,000 benchmarks like this one, and 600,000 surveyor stakes scattered all the way from the Shield to the Pacific. It had cost thus far $3.5 million and the lives of 38 men. There would be very little respite for the surveyors, but there'd be none at all for Alexander Mackenzie. What was really killing Mackenzie was the business of letting out railway contracts. He publicly attacked political patronage, but out of one batch of major contracts worth $5 million, almost the entire amount went to prominent liberals, and his public works offices became a brokerage. Anyone could put in a bid, even someone who had no intention of building the railway, and it certainly wasn't hard to find out who the other bidders were and how much they'd bid, because these sealed tenders were just thrown into an unlocked drawer here in the Public Works outer offices. As one contractor said, you went to a clerk who made $1,000 a year, and he offered him $2,000, and the information was yours. And then you could sell your low bid to a higher bidder, and you'd both profit, though the country would lose. It cost the Mackenzie government about $1 million at this time. And so there was poor old Mackenzie, swept into office on a pledge to clean up corruption, caught in the middle of the very thing he'd promised to stamp out. And even if by some miracle he did build the railway to the Pacific, he was surrounded by people who couldn't agree on the correct route.
You term these suggestions, Mr. Smith. You want to extend the surveys of the Pine Pass region. That seems to me a suggestion somewhat lacking in justification. As to your other suggestion, that you should go west and take part in one of these surveys, that, of course, is entirely out of the question. Surely you realize the cost is too great.
Look you, Mr. Mackenzie.
Look you, Mr. Smith. You were taken on here to replace Mr. Fleming in his lamentable absence. That you should plan to go traipsing over the continent is, to say the least of it, outrageous. If you plan to do any surveys, sir, you will do them here, at your desk.
Prime Minister,
There will be no argument, Mr. Smith. That's the end of it.
Two of a kind.
Within a year, Fleming was called back to Canada by a desperate Mackenzie to deal with the incredible Marcus Smith.
The volume of your correspondence, Mr. Smith, has been very telling. Now, to me, with regard to the Prime Minister, to me, with regard to the Governor-General, to me, with regard to Sir John A. Macdonald, to me, with regard to me. All complaining, every one of them. And now, this. An unauthorized press release regarding the Pine Pass region. So much better in every way than the barren surroundings of the Yellowhead. And so well connected to Butte Inlet. To disobey deliberately your orders, to undertake unauthorized surveys, and to force the Prime Minister to circumvent you in order to get the proper work done. All of which makes a very sad state of affairs. It's especially sad when you think I've come all the way back from England just to relieve you of your duties.
Did I hear what you said?
I hope so. I'd not like to get all the way back to England only to discover that you hadn't understood me.
Relieved of my duties. Did you say that, Mr. Fleming?
Aye. I said that.
But that was not the end of Marcus Smith. He had a way of holding on, and he would plague and nag Fleming and the government and ultimately the CPR. Long after Fleming's eventual resignation, Marcus Smith would still be there. It was clear by now that Fleming's days as engineer-in-chief were numbered. He was certainly one of the most brilliant engineers this country has produced, but his department was rife with dissension and his survey costs exceeded all official estimates. Out in British Columbia, he'd ordered far too many of those detailed instrumental surveys where simple explorations would have done. But here on the Shield, his hasty and skimpy surveys would cost the contractors many months of extra work and the government many extra millions. He really was overworked, supervising the construction of 2 railroads, struggling with his concept of standard time, hobnobbing with the Prince of Wales in Paris. Overworked, yes, but also overcautious. Though I don't think we can blame Fleming entirely, because, you see, he had to keep those surveys going while the government played politics. They were always forcing incompetent, untrained people on him. But old Fleming survived it all and strode into the history books without a scar. The story of his work on the Canadian Pacific Survey is tangled and confused. It's neither black nor white, because it involved neither saints nor villains, but a hastily recruited group of very human and often very brilliant men faced with superhuman problems.
Friends expect to be benefited by offices they are unfitted for, by contracts they are not entitled to, and by advances they have not earned. Enemies ally themselves with friends and push their whims to the front. Mr. Speaker, I have been accused of being a weak Prime Minister. Well, I can answer that charge. A weak Prime Minister would have ruined his party in an hour and the country in a day. By heaven, I say, it is impossible for any man to conduct public affairs in this country without being subjected to the most vile, to the grossest of political abuse. Let a friend be given a contract, and at once it is said he got it because he was a friend. Let an opponent be given a contract, and we are charged with trying to buy him over to the government.
If we could just get out.
That damned railroad. They could have carved those words on Mackenzie's tombstone. Undoubtedly, that would be one of the major causes of his death. And certainly he was not the man to build the impossible railway. Though I rather doubt that MacDonald could have done much better in those Depression years. But if they didn't find somebody, somehow, pretty soon, to get that great project underway, the country would be in serious trouble. I hope you enjoyed tonight's program and that you'll be with me for the next episode, The Great Debate. Next week, the political resurrection of John A. Macdonald and the birth at last of the CPR. But how could John A. award the railway contract to his most bitter parliamentary enemy? That's all part of The Great Debate.
He knows. Coward!
Receive the messenger.
You are the coward!
Order, gentlemen.
Hey! Father, there were two gentlemen, members of this house, who came to me with a proposition to throw over the right honourable gentleman if I would consent to support the government.
Me! Treacherous coward!
Who is the coward? This house will decide it. It is yourself.
The Governor General desires the immediate attendance of this honourable house in the Senate chamber.
That fellow Smith is the biggest liar I ever met.
Stop too much juice for you.
Stop it, John! Get a hold of you! I could lick him quicker than hell could scorch a feather!
Good evening, I'm Pierre Burton. Tonight we continue our repeat screening of The National Dream, a series of programs about the building of the Canadian Pacific Railway. First produced in 1974 by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, these programs provide a fascinating perspective on this nation's continuing struggle for identity. So join me tonight for Part 4 of The National Dream, The Great Debate.
Deny that he telegraphed that he would be here and support the government after he knew everything about the Canadian Pacific Railway affair? Does he deny that?
I do deny it. I never telegraphed that I would be here and support the government. Never, never. I know the right honourable gentleman wrote me asking me to come down.
I'll tell you! He dare not listen to an explanation!
I said I could not support the government. But I offered and proposed that the government...
After almost 5 years of Liberal government, the smoldering bitterness over the Pacific scandal finally exploded in the Canadian House of Commons. John A. Macdonald's Tories grabbed a chance to lambaste the independent member who'd refused to support them when they fell from power in 1873, Donald Smith.
I dare to state that I ever said I could support him.
Now, with the traditional message from the Senate, Parliament was about to be dissolved to make way for an election. But neither Macdonald nor his ally Charles Tupper was paying any attention to parliamentary ritual.
There is not one single word of truth in that statement. Not one single word.
The honourable gentleman says he did not say so. Certainly the spirit within him said it, for the words came out of the gentleman's mouth.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General.
I have never witnessed such cowardly
I have
abuse.
very much pleasure in informing the House that it
He knows.
will receive the messenger.
You are the coward. Hey, Father, there were two gentlemen, members of this House, who came to me with a proposition to throw over the right honourable gentleman if I would consent to support the government.
Me! Treacherous coward!
Who is the coward? This House will decide it.
His
It's
Excellency, the
yourself.
Governor-General desires the immediate attendance of this honourable House in the Senate chamber.
That fellow Smith is the biggest liar I ever met.
Too much juice for you.
Stop it, John! Get a hold of you!
I could lick him quicker than hell could scorch a feather.
And yet, that fellow Smith would become one of the principal backers of Macdonald's railroad. And what's more, 7 years later, he'd be given the honor of driving the last spike. That was one of the wildest scenes in the whole history of the Canadian House of Commons. But it actually happened. The date was Friday, May 10th, 1878, and everything you've heard comes from the parliamentary record from Hansard. But at this point, they hadn't got much farther than driving the first spike of the Great Railroad. Alexander Mackenzie's Liberal government had only managed to lay about 200 miles of track, and they hadn't even figured a way to get out through the mountains of British Columbia. Now, 7.5 years after John A. Macdonald had brought his national dream before Parliament, there was another election coming up. And if it didn't bring Macdonald back into power, it was quite likely there'd be no Pacific Railway for many years to come. At campaign picnics across the province, John A. lampooned the Liberals.
I'm put in mind of a story told of the famous Dr. Johnson, who went to see a play with his good friend Mr. Boswell. The performance was very bad indeed. So bad, in fact, that when the curtain descended, they booed the actors to a man. Now, Mr. Boswell, instead of booing the actors, gave them his imitation of a cow. Gave them his horse and his goat and his chickens. But none of them had quite the same quality as the cow. Dr. Johnson, sensing that his friend was in danger of making a fool of himself, begged him to desist and said, "My dear fellow, since you cannot manage these latter imitations, why don't you confine yourself to the cow?" Which is what I am tempted to say to Mr. Mackenzie, that he desist from all others, including his imitation of a prime minister, and confine himself to the cow.
Hear, hear.
Which he plays so very well.
Thank you so much for your warm welcome.
Speech!
I needn't tell you that I can't make a speech. I leave speech making to my husband, who, I'm proud to think, can make very good ones.
Well, as I've said many times, flattery is the statement of an agreeable untruth. A compliment is the statement of an agreeable truth. I thank you, my dear, for your compliments.
John A. Macdonald stayed very much in the background in the Mackenzie years. He was living in Toronto and attending to his law practice. He spoke very rarely in the House of Commons. In fact, a lot of people thought that he would retire from politics after the disaster of the Pacific Scandal. But with a fall election approaching in 1878, Macdonald once again began to excite the imagination of the country with something he called the national policy. Actually, it was just a proposal for a protective tariff, but the Liberals had made protection a dirty word. Mackenzie was a free trader. So Macdonald simply called it Canada for Canadians. It meant tariffs to protect Canadian industry, mining and farming, to protect Canadians from unfair American competition, to prevent the Yankees from profiting by Canadian industry, to stop the flow of Canadians across the American border. Canada for Canadians. Pretty good slogan in a depression-ridden country. But the question was, would it be enough to effect the political resurrection of John A. Macdonald?
John,
Mm-hmm.
I suppose, if we do well, it will mean a move back to Ottawa. Well?
If we do well, we'll have a majority of 60. If badly, a majority of 30.
I rather liked that house we had by the river. Earnscliffe.
The election was held on September 17th, 1878, the first secret ballot in Canadian history. So this time, nobody could count noses or threaten wavering electors. The polls closed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. By 7, it did not look good for the Tories. MacDonald defeated in Kingston. But by 9, the Liberals were in trouble. Blake defeated. Mackenzie, one of the few to win in Ontario. And by 11, the news was out, an unprecedented landslide for MacDonald's Tories. Agnes MacDonald got her house by the river, Earnscliffe. And her husband got a better parliamentary house than his most optimistic forecast, a majority of 68. There was no problem about his own lost seat. He arranged a by-election in Victoria, and he won it, giving him in the end an even larger majority than Alexander Mackenzie had received after the Pacific scandal.
Donald, this is a sad day for me.
You should not distress yourself. When I fell in 1874, Alec, I made up my mind then that I must cease to worry and think no more about it.
Aye. But I have not that happy frame of mind.
MacDonald was going to need that happy frame of mind as he began to take on all of Mackenzie's railway headaches. In BC, the Battle of the Routes went on. First, MacDonald announced that his government would support the Butte Inlet route to Vancouver Island, and there was talk of a ferry to carry trains across the Straits of Georgia to get away from all those incredible island-hopping bridges that had been suggested. What else could MacDonald do? This was really the only way he could bring the railroad to the clamoring voters of Victoria, and they were the ones who'd just given him his seat in Parliament. The leading alternate route went through the Fraser Canyon to Burrard Inlet, and it didn't look much better. But it would let Ottawa meet its bargain with British Columbia without having to carry the line all the way to Vancouver Island. And so the new Minister of Railways, Charles Tupper, quietly called for tenders on 127 miles of rail construction, which just happened to be the exact distance from Yale in the Fraser Canyon to Kamloops, farther inland. Finally, the word got out. That would be the route, and Victoria would have to do without its railroad. The new government's railway policy at first was decidedly sluggish. MacDonald's early attempts to involve private capitalists in the project had been disastrous, so he was now trying to build the line as a public work, contract by contract. On the prairie, a mere 200 miles of flimsy line was begun, running west of Winnipeg to nowhere. There was still a great gap on the shield between Thunder Bay and Winnipeg, and no track at all linking Lake Superior with settled Ontario. All MacDonald could do was keep on letting contracts, paying the price of impossible terrain, mile after mile of muskeg and deep, deceptive lakes. There seemed to be a bottom when there was actually no bottom at all. The real bottom was concealed by a heavy layer of silt which those hasty surveys had failed to probe. For instance, at Cross Lake, a terrible place not far from the present site of Kenora, one contractor saw his dreamed-of profits literally swallowed by the lake. 220,000 yards of sand and gravel vanished beneath the waters at a cost of $80,000. And when the contractors weren't battling the soft porridge of the muskegs, they were up against some of the toughest rock in the world. one really permanent town on the Shield was Rat Portage. It would one day become the thriving resort of Kenora, Ontario, but in 1880, it was just a motley collection of shanties and tents that, by one account, seemed to have been laid out on designs made by a colony of muskrats. It was a rowdy, lawless railwayman's town, a place to forget the dangers of the endless blasting. Dynamite had been patented in the year of Confederation, but the explosive most used here on the Shield was still nitroglycerin. And this awesomely unstable fluid was carried in 10-gallon tins, a daily gamble with death.
You want this one over there yet?
The new compressed air drills weren't too common yet either, and so the rock was often laboriously chiseled out by hand. And then came the unbelievably risky job of getting the nitro poured into the rock. The number of men killed or maimed by accidental explosions was staggering. In one 50-mile stretch, there were 30 graves, all the result of the careless handling of nitroglycerin. The diaries and the memoirs of the time tell us what happened, and they even tell us the sort of thing that got said.
Yeah, it's a warm day today, Pat.
That's so. Maybe you'll be warmer before you camp tonight.
Aye, I guess you're right to that. Is there any work you want taken for the devil?
Where you bound for, Jack?
Aye, to hell, I guess.
I'll take the other train and save a berth for me, man.
Aye. Is it your coffin you're going to be carrying, Pat?
Faith, you're right. And the coroner's inquest into the bargain.
Aye.
I think we ought to clear away from this car, just in case.
Don't be dark. We're far enough away as it is.
Ah, you never know.
Oh, you don't worry, Guts. That's what you are.
Come on.
In the summer of 1880, Rat Portage was probably the roughest town in Canada, with 800 gallons of illicit liquor pouring in every month in spite of the efforts of both the government and the contractors. Liquor also flowed out of Rat Portage and into so-called towns like this one at Hawk Lake. One bloody incident, for which we have a record, had all the elements of a classic Western. It involved two whiskey traders named Harrington and Mitchell. John J. McDonald was the railway contractor, fearful of what a wagon load of whiskey might do to his workforce. The company constable, Ross, was the man with a warrant for the arrest of Harrington and Mitchell. The contractor and the constable found their quarry in front of Millie Watson's canvas body house.
All right, Harrington. Stop right there.
I got him, Ross.
Can't stop me. You can't stop me, I tell you. Whatever you do, I'll keep on selling the stuff. You
bastards.
You're under arrest, Harrington.
Now an extraordinary thing happened. Harrington asked MacDonald and Ross to let him go into Millie's tent to clean up, and amazingly enough, they let him do it.
All right.
Millie was inside with a customer,
Where has she gone?
and the customer was a crony of Harrington's.
Get out! Come on!
Ross was informed he need not bother to fire again. The first bullet had taken effect.
You're damn right it took effect. But I'd rather be shot than fined.
But for the rest of the country, things were looking up. The Depression was over at last. There had been a bumper crop in the fall of 1879, and there was more money and more people able to enjoy the first-class comfort of the Eastern Railways. And this change in the economic climate allowed a corresponding change in the Tories' sluggish railway policy. John A. Macdonald had been forced to learn Mackenzie's bitter lesson, that in the middle of a depression, you can't really build a transcontinental railway. And as a matter of fact, given the political conditions of those days, the government couldn't do it either. Now, in the spring of 1880, the Minister of Railways, Charles Tupper, was pushing Macdonald very hard to finish the Pacific Railway. What was needed was a group of capitalists to take over the job. And of course, that's what Macdonald had gone after in the first place, and that result had been disastrous, the Pacific Scandal. So for the sake of the government and the railway, and for the sake of Canada, it would have to be an entirely different story this time. Two streaks of rust and a right-of-way. That's what people called the old St. Paul and Pacific Railroad in Minnesota. It was in such terrible shape that when the receiver in bankruptcy came out in 1873 to take it over, the battered old locomotive wouldn't run the line, and he had to use a handcar. Yet this was the road which was going to make three remarkable Canadians rich beyond their wildest dreams, and what's more, give them the money and the experience to build a Canadian Pacific Railway. One was Donald Smith, Macdonald's old enemy. A frosty man, courtly of manner, unshakable in a crisis, far-sighted too. He predicted the end of the buffalo on the prairie, and he kept a small herd of them at his estate near Winnipeg, which he called Silver Heights. Smith was an old Hudson's Bay Company man. In the early days in Labrador, he had acted as unofficial banker for the trappers, and he'd so shrewdly managed their money that he'd come out with the beginnings of a personal fortune. And now, he was determined to see that fortune grow. One of Smith's partners was his cousin George Stephen, outwardly reserved, publicly reticent, but burning with inner fires, ambition, imagination, and all the passions and doubts of the Scot. His one relaxation was salmon fishing, something he'd learned as a boy in Banffshire. At school, he'd been very good at mathematics. As a young immigrant to Canada, he'd foreseen the shortage of cotton and woolen goods caused by the Crimean War, and he'd cornered the market. That was the first in a series of brilliant financial coups that took George Stephen from draper's assistant to president of the Bank of Montreal. Jim Hill from Rockwood, Ontario, had landed in St. Paul, Minnesota, where he'd got wind of the fortunes to be made from coal and land and railways. Now, with both Canadian and American associates, he had his one good eye firmly fixed on the broken-down old St. Paul and Pacific Railway line. These three entrepreneurs took this decrepit old railway, meandering across the Minnesota plains in the general direction of Manitoba, and they got it running at a profit. And that took foreclosures, takeovers, daredevil bargaining, and I think some chicanery, because they got the Minnesota land laws changed at one point. But it was a gamble that paid off for them. They got a land grant worth $13 million. You see, by controlling the land, or by controlling the company, they control 2.5 million acres of the richest agricultural land in the American Midwest. They would soon, through their stocks, gain another $8 million each, and there was much more to come. They now had their eye on the greatest of all railway adventures, the building of the Canadian Pacific. And now in Ottawa, just when John A. Macdonald was ready to begin the long search for the right private capitalists, word was getting around about the fortunes being made in Minnesota.
Catch them before they invest their profits.
It had already reached Macdonald's friend and cabinet crony, John Henry Pope.
I said, catch them before they invest their profits.
I heard you.
In September, Macdonald made an historic announcement. The Pacific Railway would be built by George Stevens Syndicate. And Stephen wrote to Macdonald, "My friends and enemies agree it will be the ruin of us all." And it almost was.
There can be no argument about it. Your responsibility and the responsibility of your company is to connect Ottawa with the Pacific, with an all-Canadian line, including the route north of Superior.
I'm sorry, Sir John, I must persist. That North Superior line presents an insurmountable problem. It can't be done.
All of the way, Stephen. All of the way or none of the way. I must insist on that. Otherwise...
Very well, sir. We will build north of Superior, and you will grant us an ironclad monopoly in the West.
I beg your pardon.
We will build...
I heard what you said. But what in heaven's name do you mean by an ironclad monopoly?
A guarantee that no other company will be allowed to build south of the CPR.
But I can't do that. I can't do it. No. No. Besides, damn it, I won't.
Sir John, no businessman in his right mind would sink a penny, not a penny, in the whole line west of Winnipeg if he thought for 1 minute that anyone else was going to be allowed to build between our line and the U.S. border. That is a cold, hard fact. If any other company is going to be allowed to draw off our profits, then I don't see the point of our being there.
What you don't seem to realize, Mr. Stephen, are the political implications of what you propose. If you force this issue, if an Eastern company gets a Western monopoly, there'll be no end to the resentment. No end to it. I've had one rebellion out there already. I do not want another. Riel was enough, dear heaven. Do not bring down the CPR in my head in that fashion. The end of it would be the loss of the West, and no, I won't hear of it.
The other way that this might end, Sir John, will be that you lose the whole country. Let me try you on one last fact. Right from the beginning, as you know all too well, this entire railroad scheme has been in danger of strangulation at the hands of the American railroad interests.
Here.
Right now, right this very minute, they continue to constitute a very real, if not to say an imminent danger. If any other railway, other than the CPR, makes connections with Winnipeg, then every penny we spend east of Winnipeg might just as well be thrown out into the lake.
Yes, you're right. But mark me, Stephen. We'll pay for this. One way or another, this decision will come back to haunt us. I fear the West will hate us for it forever.
But in the meantime, there will be a railroad.
Aye. All the way.
We know from George Stevens' voluminous and often impassioned correspondence with MacDonald the kind of bargaining that took place before the contract was drawn up. After all, it was the most important document since the British North America Act. This is the document that allowed our country to break out of the prison of the St. Lawrence lowlands. This is the document that gave us, for the first time, an accessible frontier. This is the document that led eventually to the opening of the West. It was costly. Besides the subsidies of land and money, the CPR also got concessions in tax and duty. And the Free Press here in Ottawa estimated that all of that came to something like $261 million. And George Stephen got his monopoly, and that was good, for 20 years. As MacDonald had predicted, there was opposition, enormous opposition. Manitoba was up in arms about the monopoly clause. A lot of people thought the government had been far too generous with the railway. And almost everybody was worried about the American influence in what was then called the St. Paul Syndicate. They feared the very thing the CPR was created to prevent, the development of our West and all the profits from it falling into the hands of the hated Yankees. On December the 9th, 1880, Ottawa was deep in the grip of winter. The newspapers were filled with Yuletide advertisements, but the big story was the early opening of Parliament and the coming debate on the CPR contract. Everyone now realized that it would be the most important parliamentary sitting in the history of the young Dominion. While the syndicate had been trying to play down its American connections, the government's chief embarrassment had been Donald Smith. 2 years before, in these chambers, John A. MacDonald had called him the biggest liar in the world. Now he was trying to hand Smith and his friends an enormous slice of Canada, and opposition members, such as Alexander Mackenzie, wanted to know why.
It is therefore of the first importance that this Parliament should have a complete statement of all offers made, to enable us to judge whether this government has received any offers which, in the estimation of this House, would be more favorable to the public interest of the country. I presume there would be no objection to the production of these papers.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that we cannot be of much assistance to the honorable gentleman in this regard. But I would say this, that the present offer is the most favorable offer, both as to land and money, that the government and delegates have received.
You can bet it was the most favorable offer. It was the only offer MacDonald had been left with. And the Tory caucus was appalled by its terms. It had taken Charles Tupper, the Minister of Railways, an entire day to persuade them to back it in the House. But nobody was going to be able to persuade the Liberals to accept this railway bill. They were fighting under a new leader now. A by-election had brought back Edward Blake to take over from the ailing Mackenzie. Round one in the fight would feature Sir Richard Cartwright, the aristocratic Liberal, who was just itching to tear into his old political enemy Tupper, the Cumberland warhorse.
There is only one basic difference, which is that under the present contract, the people of Canada will get their railway for $30 million less than under the Liberals' Railway Act of 1874. If I have no other bequest to make to my children after me. The proudest legacy I could desire to leave would be the record that I was able to take an active part in the promotion of this great measure, by which I believe Canada will receive the impetus that will make it a great and powerful country at no distant date.
And, Mr. Speaker, although the honorable gentleman told us that it was the proudest moment of his life when he came to lay the measure before us, and although he told us, if I understand him aright, that the fact of his being prominent in conducting the negotiation will enable him to leave a substantial legacy to his children after him. And who knows, perhaps it may be so.
The honorable gentleman is making a statement which he knows is utterly at variance with what I said. Well, I am astonished that even that honorable gentleman should be willing to so lower himself.
Mr. Speaker, if I am to understand that this is not a substantial legacy, but merely a legacy of fame, then I admit to correction. I am sorry for my mistake. And I am sorry for his children.
On December 21st, the House adjourned for Christmas. But during the holiday, MacDonald and Tupper had to reassure the Tory caucus that the contract would be ratified. Members from all across the country had the strongest doubts. In Halifax, indifference. Why should they pay for what would happen in the distant West? In Quebec, discontent. They'd support the government only if they got railway help in their own province. In Winnipeg, open revolt against the monopoly clause and against exploitation by the industrial East. Only Victoria had a kind word for the syndicate. It seemed that BC might at last get its railway. Meanwhile, the Liberals thought they had another Pacific scandal on their hands. All through the holiday, they dashed about trying to drum up a flood of angry petitions against the government. But only a couple of hundred trickled in, and some of them contained the signatures of corpses. It was clear the people wanted the railway, and they wanted the contract settled. Parliament reconvened on January the 5th, and by the 17th, everybody was waiting for John A. Macdonald to enter the endless debate. Edward Blake's Liberals had devised a final piece of strategy, a hastily put together rival syndicate based in Toronto. It had agreed to take on the job of building the railway at terms that seemed highly attractive. It was all made to sound very businesslike and totally unpolitical. Of course, it was nothing of the sort. When MacDonald rose to attack this last-minute bid on the contract, he knew that Edward Blake would follow him with one of his brilliantly contrived orations. The Prime Minister's health was giving way, but this time he had the country on his side.
Mr. Speaker, I shall offer a few remarks. and they will not be long, on the subject of that communication which was laid before us today and which comes to us from the so-called new syndicate. But before I begin, I want just to repeat a remark I made some time ago, and I said it was my hope to be able by and by to look down upon the Pacific Railway as a fait accompli. I also said I hoped it would be done with the assistance of the honorable members opposite. But the project that has been laid before us today shows that they have abandoned all idea of ever building the Canadian Pacific Railway. By a political plot, they are trying to put off the blame upon others. Yet notwithstanding that plot, notwithstanding the wiles of the opposition and the flimsy arrangement which has been concocted, the road is going to be built and proceeded with vigorously, continuously, systematically, and successfully to a completion under the auspices of a conservative government and with the support of a conservative party, and the fate of Canada as a dominion then will be sealed. Then will the fate of Canada as one great body be fixed beyond the possibility of the honorable members opposite to unsettle. But as long as Mordecai sits at the gate, he will protest. Sir, we have had tragedy, comedy, and farce from the other side. The contract was declared oppressive. We were giving away the whole land of the Northwest. There was to be a monopoly given away to this company. This was the tragedy. The comedy came when the speeches of the honorable gentlemen were read. Each of the honorable gentlemen got up and said, "Oh, it's true, I said that a year ago, or 2 years ago, or whenever, but I'm not bound by it now." Oh, yes, it amused us all. It amused the House. It amused the whole country. Now, sir, the last thing to come is the farce. And the farce we had laid on the table today. It is a farce. Though whether it'll be farcical in its consequences, I cannot say. I may say it's too thin. No man who could say 2 and 2 make 4 could be caught for one moment in this flimsy scheme. It was concocted here. It was concocted in Ottawa. It was concocted as a political engine. I say that that document shows on its face that it was concocted, drawn up here. Now we come to the joker in the pack. I refer to the document on the table. The first clause does away with the Lake Superior section. The second clause provides for a rail line to Sault Ste. Marie and the United States. The third clause provides for the government to abandon the British Columbia section. And the fourth clause gives up building anything west of Jasper House. The whole scheme, then, is nothing more than an impudent offer to build the Prairie section, the paying section, the easiest section, the cheapest section, the most profitable section, and to do so by means of political friends. They would be relieved of running any section of the line that did not pay. And if they connected up with the Yankee railways at the Sioux, it could only be to the utter ruin of the great policy under which the Dominion of Canada was created, and to the utter ruin of our hopes of being a great nation. The colonies would gradually be severed from one another and become a bundle of sticks as they were before, with no binding cord. And then we should fall helpless, powerless, aimless into the hands of the neighboring republic. No. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will not have it. What I will have is an arrangement that will satisfy all the loyal, legitimate aspirations, that will make us a great and united, a rich and improving, developing Canada, instead of becoming a tributary to American bondage, to American tolls, to American freights, to all the little tricks and all the big tricks that American railways are addicted to for the purpose of destroying our road. Look upon that picture, and then on this. And I know which choice will be made by the people of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, I feel deeply impressed with the sense of responsibility which I am sure must weigh upon every independent member of this House who knows that he has a free vote to give, and for that vote will be responsible to his constituents and to his country as to the course he shall take upon this question.
I regret that the Honourable First Minister, who may be said to have introduced the regular debate upon the resolutions of the Ministers of Railways, should, upon a topic whose...
They were the same arguments Blake had used 10 years before, and they were still just as convincing. It was madness to try to punch a railway through that sea of mountains and across that rocky Precambrian desert. Immigration would not match government predictions. Land sales would not pay for it all. And it would be easier and cheaper to go west by way of the United States. But the fight on Parliament Hill was far from over. The Liberals had proposed 24 amendments, some of them the longest ever seen in Canada. By January 27th, the weary members had already had one all-night session when MacDonald gave them a warning. He was going to keep them at it, defeating the Liberal amendments if it took another whole night long.
Mr. Mulligan, Mr. Huntington, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Cartwright, Mr. Holt, Mr. Holt.
As the hours dragged by, the voting became a kind of carnival. One member purposely disguised himself so that the House officials failed to recognize him during the roll call on one of the votes.
Order, gentlemen.
Monsieur.
I beg your pardon.
Mr. Carey, Monsieur Bertrand George, Mr. Cameron Huron, Mr. Gilmore, Mr. Vale,
night wore on into morning, and the punch-drunk House continued to plunge through the business, too tired to care anymore. When 8 o'clock came, the final amendment had been voted down and the bill was given first reading. And on February 15th, 1881, the Canadian Pacific Railway would receive royal assent. And so the national dream was finally launched. 10 years, almost to the month, since the subject of a Pacific Railway had first been raised in the House. John A. Macdonald was triumphant, but so ill it would take him 6 months to recover. Alexander Mackenzie was a political has-been. Edward Blake was in retreat. Sir Hugh Allen would never live down the Pacific scandal. Sanford Fleming withdrew to England. Moberly quit his profession. Marcus Smith hung on, but in a minor post. The railway had changed and twisted all their futures, as it had Macdonald's, as it would the nation's. Far out beyond the Red River, the prairie land lay desolate. An army of 12,000 would be marshaled to invade the Northwest, and other armies would follow to the mountains and the Shield. In just 12 months, cities yet unnamed would have their birth. Passes yet uncharted would ring to the sound of axe and sledge. Nothing could ever be the same again. The tight little Canada of Confederation was obsolete. The new Canada of the railway could now begin. At last, the dream was about to become the reality. I hope you enjoyed tonight's program and that you will join us for next week's episode, The Railway General. Next week, the CPR begins its record-breaking drive across the prairies, redrawing the map of Western Canada as it goes. It all happened under the leadership of one of the most dynamic men of the century, William Cornelius Van Horn, the Railway General.
I sincerely hope we're not going to be here much longer. There are too many deadlines to meet.
Well, we can't possibly make them all, Mr. Van Horn. Some of them should never have been made.
I don't accept that kind of talk, Mr. Secretary, and you ought to know better. And some bloody idiot has put a tunnel in the Bow River section. I want you to take the tunnel right back out.
Mr. Van Horn, that is a very difficult section. And if they put a tunnel there, that means there can't be any other way.
Mr. Secretary, that is a mud tunnel. Now, you know as well as I do that a mud tunnel is going to take at least a year to 18 months to build. Are we going to hold up the whole damn railroad for a year and a half while they build this thing? No, we're not. Take it out.
Mr. Van Horn, those mountains are in our way. The rivers don't all run right for us either. While we're at it, why don't we fix them too?
Now you're talking.
Good evening, I'm Pierre Burton, and tonight we continue our repeat screening of The National Dream, the story of the building of the Canadian Pacific Railway. First produced in 1974 by CBC Television, these programs provide a fascinating perspective on our nation's search for identity. So join me tonight for episode 5 and meet Sir William Cornelius Van Horn, the Railway General. For the great lone land in Canada's northwest, the days of the buffalo hunt were over. By 1880, the huge herds had dwindled almost to nothing. And in the spring of 1881, change was in the wind. The Indians didn't really know about the promises or the politics or the almost futile public works that had been going on for 10 years. But now they could see, and the world could see, that at last there was a Canadian Pacific Railway Company ready to drive steel across the continent. The initials CPR had already entered the national lexicon. Here on the prairies, people would curse the railway. Sometimes they'd bless it, but most of all, they'd depend on it. Men would set their watches by its train whistles, and couples awakened by the passing of midnight cars would conceive their children to the sound of wheels on steel. The CPR would affect the lives of almost every Canadian. No other private company, with the single exception of the Hudson's Bay Company, has had such an influence on the destinies of the nation. The route was all set. It had been since 1872, when Sanford Fleming decided to take it north along the fertile belt of the valley of the Saskatchewan, not far from here at Batoche, along the well-traveled and now partly settled road of the fur traders.
Gentlemen, we're going to go south. We will cross the prairie here, go through the mountains here if we can get that way, and on to the Pacific.
With that statement, made in St. Paul, Minnesota, in the spring of 1881, the future of the Northwest was suddenly and unexpectedly altered. These were some of the key figures in that decision. George Stephen, CPR president. General Thomas Lafayette Rosser, the new chief engineer. And James Jerome Hill, the expatriate Canadian whose St. Paul Railway had brought together the men of the CPR syndicate. The new route would run right through Palliser's Triangle, that arid grassland that almost everybody dismissed as desert. Everybody, that is, but the Irish botanist John McCowan, who had just delivered a first-hand report enthusing about the farming potential of those southern plains. Even so, the CPR men must have had their doubts.
What?
There is a loss we incur. I merely point it out. Already there have been 10 years of surveys, all dedicated to the northern route. Now, if we decide to come south, we shall lose the value of that entire expenditure. A good deal of money, I should say.
That's all?
That's all, Mr. Hill.
General Rosser?
One question. This terrain we propose to cross, where are you going to find all the trees you're going to need for all the ties and trestles?
Oh, very simple, Rosser. I'm engaged in the forwarding business. We both are. We will transport whatever we need on the prairies on our railroad. And there's money in that. If we build this road across the prairie, we will carry every pound of supplies the settlers need, and we will carry every pound of produce the settlers wish to sell. We will have freight both ways. In short, we will have cornered the market. Done?
Done. The CPR would redraw the map of the Canadian prairies and determine the destinies of Westerners for decades to come. This is the kind of dry grassland that the first waves of immigrants would have to contend with, and all because of the CPR's strange decision to pull the line down south. You know, that's one of the great mysteries of our history. Why did they do that? Certainly there was the fear of American railways moving in and draining future profits from these prairies. The monopoly clause in the contract only had 20 years to run. But I think another kind of monopoly influenced the syndicate's decision. Speculators were moving into the Fertile Belt, eager to see land values escalated by the approaching railway. Now the CPR reasoned, why should we contribute to the profits of another man's land? In the race to make money from prairie land, the CPR had a definite head start. General Rosser was the man to locate the stations and thus to determine the town sites. He rode out that spring to the spot where the line would cross the Assiniboine River to have a talk with one of the pioneer residents, a man named John McVicker. And there are several versions of what happened, but all these versions agree that Rosser, on behalf of the CPR, made an offer for the land and that McVicker asked for more. The general's reply was to set the pattern for the railway's future dealings with any land speculator.
I'll be damned if a town of any kind is ever built here. Come on.
Yeah. Rosser simply moved the site of the station 2 miles west, and that's how the town of Brandon, Manitoba began. But the place to watch was Winnipeg. The railway would transform the old Fort Garry settlement into a boomtown. Where Main Street lay, Red River carts had once squeaked through the mud, 12 abreast. As a result, this was the widest street in Canada, and already frontage on it cost up to $2,000 a foot. Within a year, the population would double. While the town's new horse-drawn streetcars rattled around the business section, the CPR began construction 70 miles to the west. Word reached Winnipeg that the new line would be a far cry from the flimsy construction of some government contractors. Because, you see, now the railway was being built by the same men who would one day operate it, and it wouldn't pay to cut corners. But 1881 was a great disappointment to the CPR. Only 130 miles of prairie track were laid, and the word was getting out that the general manager and his chief engineer, Rosser, were themselves both involved in land speculation. The CPR badly needed a new general manager, somebody who could come in, take over, get the whole project moving. Jim Hill found just the man for that job. His name was William Cornelius Van Horn. He was an American, and he'd earned the title the ablest railway general in the world. The challenge offered him was the building of the world's most difficult railway. And that was something Van Horn could not resist. But just to make sure, the CPR agreed to pay him the largest salary ever dangled before a railwayman in the West, a princely $15,000 a year. In the fall of 1881, Van Horn was in St. Paul with Jim Hill, and it may be that he began to suspect that Hill had a few ambitions of his own. If the new general manager condemned the CPR's proposed line north of Lake Superior as impractical, then the lion's share of the western traffic could be carried by Hill on his own St. Paul Railway.
I have, as you know, some doubts about the terrain north of Lake Superior. Well, now that you've been there and seen it for yourself, I guess you can judge how near impossible it is? Oh, I'm not saying it can't be done. But I think we have to consider very carefully the balance between what we'd gain and what we'd lose in the long run.
And what is it you think we'd lose in the long run?
What Jim Hill would lose would be the CPR. He'd resign within a year because when Van Horn met the CPR president, George Stephen, in Montreal, they were in total agreement. Stephen had lost his earlier misgivings about the Superior line. Now he decided the railway would take a Canadian route all the way. On his way back west, Van Horn decreed that there'd be no more land speculation among CPR officials.
I quote from the St. Paul Pioneer Press of yesterday. The speaker is you. There is no foundation for the reports of my resignation. I have not resigned, nor have I formally tendered my desire to do so. The fact is, there's been a little misunderstanding.
Mr. Van Horn,
would you excuse us just for a moment, please?
I take your part.
You go on to say in that rag I just threw away that your little misunderstanding is of such a character as to be perfectly ordinary, General Rosser. I think your words are perfectly ordinary and of no interest to the public whatsoever.
That's right. Why should it be?
I think it's always of interest to the public when the chief engineer of a major railroad has been fired.
Mr. Van Horn, it's perfectly simple. I can explain.
No, you can't. To John Stewart, etc. In haste, I may reveal to you, for your privileged and private information, the future location of the terminal for the Mountain Division of the Pembina Line.
But there's nothing wrong in that.
And it's precisely because you say there's nothing wrong in it that I want your resignation.
Mr. Van Horn, you must give me time. I have surveys to complete. I have a great deal of work undone. While my assistant is even now in the field, I'm to meet him at Fort Qu'Appelle. I cannot send word to him in time to...
General Rosser, I have no intention of damaging your reputation unnecessarily, but you will please not pursue this any further. You are being let go, and I want your resignation as of today.
Get away, damn you!
Sorry. Your resignation within the hour, General Rosser. And your apology to that young man within the minute.
Now Van Horn was on his way back to his headquarters in Winnipeg, and even in those boomtown days with the streets jammed with the most incredible kind of people, Winnipeg had never seen anything quite like him. He knew a terrifying amount about railroads. In fact, he knew a terrifying amount about everything. But there was no job on a railroad that he couldn't do. He could take 800 freight cars and make them do the work of 1,000. He could doctor a sick railroad until it showed a big profit. He could comprehend the chatter of the fastest telegraph key. He could run any locomotive going. And he was a fighter. He fought the grasshoppers, he'd fought the labor unions, he'd fought rival railroads, and always he'd won. He was very much a product of his age, you know, because in those days, the railroad was king, and Van Horn was king of the railroads. He was quite simply the greatest railroad man this continent has ever seen. Van Horn was a true Renaissance man. His phenomenal interests ranged all the way from geology to oil painting. His appetite for achievement was matched only by his appetite for the best food and the best cigars and the best brandy. He was tireless. In another age, he might have been a prince of the church or a Roman conqueror. In this age, he was certainly the man to build the impossible railway. Winnipeg was to be the base of Van Horn's prairie operation. This was the little settlement that, with the railway's help, was going to try its damnedest to become the Chicago of the Canadian Northwest. Van Horn's arrival in the West had found Winnipeg in the middle of an incredible real estate boom. Everybody seemed to have gone crazy. They were buying, they were selling, they were speculating in lots, in subdivisions, in town sites. Men were making millions overnight and losing millions overnight. It was so big that the Times of London sent a man out to Winnipeg, and he reported that the little girls in the streets were playing the game, pretending to sell lots for their dolls' houses. And he said, if you see a young couple at a barn dance, engaged in passionate conversation, it's probable that they're not talking about love, they're talking about land. And then, with the Red River overflowing her banks, the boom ended with a crash. Hearts were broken, and so were pocketbooks. And Winnipeg was older and wiser. Fortunately, it didn't take the people of Winnipeg long to recover from their real estate madness, and now they got down to business again. The spring floods had delayed Van Horn's track-laying campaign, but in spite of the raging river, Winnipeg was experiencing a boom of a new kind. The railway general was marshaling his troops in true military fashion. There were armies of men pouring off the incoming trains. Contractors began to haul in every stick of timber, every fish plate, tie, rail, and spike, piling for bridges. Enough provisions and food for an army of almost 8,000 men and close to 2,000 horses, so that the little prairie town was becoming a gigantic supply depot. Railroad ties from Lake of the Woods, lumber from Minnesota, rails from England and Germany. The prairie line would be built like a telescope, reaching west from this single base. Countless trains would leave Winnipeg, all heading for the pulse of the whole operation, end of track, the point that never stayed in the same place for more than a few hours at a time. End of Track was a unique mobile community that could simply pick up and move as the line was built. The boarding cars were 3 stories high, with offices and dining rooms and kitchens below and above the dormitories for the navvies. An army of workmen recruited from just about any nationality, class, and occupation that anybody could name. Finally, the CPR was on the move. Van Horn himself was seldom in one place for long. Much of the time he did his work in transit, living in his own private car.
I think you're going to be pleased with what I have to say, Mr. Van Horn.
Which is?
While you were away in Montreal, I got together all my reports. That is, pulling in everything from right along the whole route.
The proposed route, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir, the proposed route. Anyway, I got them all together, I looked them over, and I think I can deliver you, give or take a mile or two, of course, as many as 400 miles of survey.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that means your crews are going to be kept on their toes come summer, Mr. Van Horn, what with 400 miles of railroad to build. There's a place out there called Moose Jawbone, and that's where we're headed.
I will admit I've heard of this place, Mr. Secretary. Moose Jawbone Creek, I believe is the actual name. But I think you'll find that whatever it's called, it's exactly 100 miles shy of our destination.
Are you saying that you intend to make 500 miles this season?
I am.
But all we've surveyed is 4.
Well, then, you've got a problem, haven't you, Mr. Secretary? 500 miles of track with trains running over them by fall.
Mr. Van Horn, I think what you're suggesting is impossible.
What I'm suggesting, Mr. Secretary, is what we're going to get.
Yes, sir.
Every morning, all summer long, trains set out from the nearest supply yard, each carrying the exact number of rails, spikes, fish plates, ties, and telegraph poles for precisely 1/2 mile of line. When the materials reached end of track, the navvies took over. If Van Horn's objective was to build 500 miles of track in a single season, that meant going 4 times faster than in the CPR's first year. And there was just one way to do it with military precision.
South! Forward! South! Mr. Secretary.
Yes?
What's the matter?
We have a problem. Indians.
Yes?
They're pulling up the survey stakes. The moment we put them in, up they come.
Well, what are you doing about it?
Well, I told my men to shoot on sight.
Well, that may have been a very short-sighted order, Mr. Secretary.
The CPR was on its way west under the generalship of one of the most dynamic men of the century. Records were broken, history was made, and a prairie that had lain undisturbed for centuries was suddenly transformed. All season long, the CPR pushed across the plains. One of those who watched was the missionary priest, Father Albert Lacombe.
I would look in silence at the road coming on, like a band of wild geese in the sky, cutting its way through the prairie, opening up the great country we thought would be ours for years. Like a vision, I could see it driving my poor Indians before it, and spreading out behind it the farms and the towns and the cities. No one who has not lived in the West since the old times can realize what is due to that road, that CPR.
History was being made in that quite incredible summer of 1882. But as is so often the case, those who were present were far too busy to realize it. A homesteader would leave his sod hut to spend the day on the bald prairie gathering firewood, and he'd come back at dusk to find a line of steel stretching from horizon to horizon, where no such line had stretched before. And so, as the Indians stood by, bewildered and puzzled, the rails crept across the plains, 3, 4, 5 miles a day. And always there was Van Horn. He became something of a terror. His employees began to view him as a kind of Superman who had the uncanny habit of turning up just when they least expected him or wanted him. There was an uninhibited columnist named R.K. Kerrigan. He signed himself the Dervish Khan, the Screamer of Capel. And he used to watch with wry amusement when Van Horn descended on the unsuspecting settlement at the end of track. Kerrigan wrote for the Winnipeg Sun, and he was there at the mobile community named Flat Creek.
To see Van Horn get out of the car and go softly up the platform, you'd think he was an evangelist on his way to preach temperance to the mounted police. But you're soon undeceived. Van Horn wants to know. He's that kind of man. He wants to know why this was not done and why this was done. If the answers are not satisfactory, there is a dark and bloody tragedy enacted right there. And by the time the smoke is cleared away, Van Horn has discharged all the officials and hired them over again at lower figures.
Hold! Right on! North! Hold! North! Hold! South! South! Hold it! North! Hold it! Hold it! North! Hold! South! South! Lead it! South! Lead it!
I'd like to get a steak once in a while. I think we should at least get a soft women and refugees with no problem. Hey, here comes Van Horn.
The railway general became a legendary figure on the prairies, a man with gargantuan appetites and apparently superhuman powers.
Sleep, sir? No, sir, I never sleep. I don't need it. I eat all I can, drink all I can, smoke all I can. I don't give a damn about anything. Anybody got to take a card?
Yeah, I think we can find one.
Nice fire going there.
Yeah, that's a nice fire, right?
There was one thing missing from the prairies, and that was a new capital city for the Northwest Territories. Now, almost everybody figured the only possible spot for the capital would be here in the beautiful Qu'Appelle Valley, which seemed to have everything. It had surrounding hills, it had sweet water, it had wood for fuel, it had timber, it had shade. But from the railway's point of view, it had one thing too many. The settlers were pouring in and buying up land, which everybody thought would become valuable city lots. But that's exactly what the CPR didn't want. They still intended to dictate the location of the major communities. This is what was chosen instead. No drinking water, no trees, no shelter, but also hardly any landowners to share the CPR's profits. The new town site had once been an Indian buffalo pound. The bleached bones would one day be shipped out for fertilizer at $7 a ton. Now they lay beside a skimpy river known as Pile of Bones, though its Indian name was more musical. I'm standing here by the Wascana River, and a lot of people would have liked to call a new capital Wascana. Kind of a pretty name. Instead, it was christened Regina, and almost everybody hated that name. They called it a sissy name. It was given to the capital by the wife of the new Governor General, the Princess Louise, and not many people liked her either because she made no secret of the fact that she was bored with Canada. The one booster that this wretched piece of prairie land had was the Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Territories, Edgar Dewdney, who had selected the site, and by a peculiar coincidence selected it to run right through a piece of land that he and some of his friends had managed to buy. But the CPR treated Dewdney just like any other speculator. They avoided his acreage, and they moved the station 2 miles away, and there was nothing that he or anybody else could do about that. So Regina grew up to be a strange, straggling little community with the post office and the railway station at one end, and the mounted police barracks and the government house at the other, and with tents and shacks strung out in between across the bald prairie. But the settlement grew, and the rails reached town in August along with a carload of Eastern dignitaries to take part in Regina's christening. Alas, the champagne ceremony ignored Regina's first families. Nobody thought to invite them. It was the first example, but not the last, of Eastern indifference to the West. In September, the track layers were still driving towards the 500-mile quota. But back in Montreal, the CPR president, George Stephen, made a doleful report to the Prime Minister.
The amount of work on our roadbed is more than double what it would have been had it run along the valley. We have had to find $5 million from our resources. To enable me to make up my quote, I had to sell my Bank of Montreal stock.
Stephen's money helped to support Van Horn's incredible army, each of them earning from $2 to $2.50 a day, and a place in history. The 1882 season ended in a frenzy of activity, but Van Horn did not quite make his goal of 500 miles in a single season. The early floods and the bad weather of the spring had frustrated him. All the same, he set a remarkable record. He had driven 417 miles of steel on the main line. In addition to that, 28 miles of sidings, 18 miles already graded for the following season, and 100 miles of branch line through southern Manitoba. So in one way or another, the railway general had won his battle with time. And then the 1883 season exploded on the prairies. That was the year the first waves of immigration hit the West and the CPR. Settlers by the tens of thousands, more people than the railway could handle. The immigrants would have to learn the tricks of dry farming and face the shortages of water, fuel, and timber. For most of them, life centered on the cook stove. Some of them would live entirely on potatoes, bread, treacle, porridge, and endless rabbit stew. Van Horn and the CPR did what they could to help the newcomers get settled, but to the families crowding in on the colonist cars, the whole thing must have been a terrifying experience.
Would you like me to hold her?
Oh, no, thanks. Timothy will do it. Timothy! They can disappear fast enough till the food's ready.
Timothy's at the back with his dad.
Timothy! Casey, will you send him down here? There, you see. Bringing him up to be a real man. That is to do nothing.
Yes, but I sympathize. After all, once we get there, it's the man that has to do it all.
Aye, them and the ox. Here, you. Take your sister.
You're worried? Is there anything I can do?
Only if you can change the face of the prairie. My husband has written that we have a great deal of land.
Has he built you a house?
Oh, yes. He says we have a house and a barn and a shed. We have a cow. And he's even promised to meet me in a buggy. I can't get over that. Even at home, we never had a buggy. Still, all that space.
I can't get on, and neither have I wings to fly. Oh, build me a boat that will carry two, and both shall row, my love and I.
What a heavenly smell.
Yes.
You have a mission out there somewhere. Isn't that so, Father?
Yes. But a great way off from where the train will leave me.
And you aren't lonely once you get there?
No. I love it. To the point of sin.
Father Albert Lacombe was the most notable of all the Voyager priests, a nomadic missionary who'd spent most of his adult life among the Cree and the Blackfoot of the foothills. Now the remnants of their culture were about to be swept away by lines of steel and waves of settlement.
Okenapi.
No komanasta spomoken. No kosits no ka. Tino kai sokpin. No kokoikpin. And
Sukape.
Soon the immigrants and the CPR discovered what the Indians knew all too well. In the dryness of late summer, the southern prairie practically became the desert that so many had called it. It's probable that the CPR's switch from the northern to a southern route delayed settlement of the Northwest by 20 years. Newcomers took up land to the north, while another problem grew, the Indians themselves. Some would not be ignored. Ironically, one of the most serious incidents concerned a chief who'd foreseen the inevitability of the railway and its resulting settlement, and who had signed a treaty and accepted a reserve, the great Crowfoot. He was known for his political skill, his charity, and his eloquence. But then, end of track reached the borders of his Blackfoot Reserve, not far from the future site of Calgary.
Up! Up high!
Nobody wanted another Custer-style massacre. Father Lacombe alerted Van Horn in the east, construction was stopped, and the priest was sent to placate Crowfoot.
Mixena picoex. Yakut seto kioai, ixacomoai, apistuchim. Sotam sesko sao. Tecumse suki tsiminiki.
Fortunately for the railway and for the government, Crowfoot was persuaded to wait. Soon the lieutenant governor himself arrived to give the Indians extra land in return for the CPR right-of-way.
sincerely hope we're not going to be here much longer. There are too many deadlines to meet.
Well, we can't possibly make them all, Mr. Van Horn. Some of them should never have been made.
I don't accept that kind of talk, Mr. Secretary, and you ought to know better. And some bloody idiot has put a tunnel in the Bull River section. I want you to take that tunnel right back out.
Mr. Van Horn, that is a very difficult section. And if they put a tunnel there, that means there can't be any other way.
Mr. Secretary, that is a mud tunnel. Now, you know as well as I do that a mud tunnel is going to take at least a year to 18 months to build. Are we going to hold up the whole damn railroad for a year and a half while they build this thing? No, we're not. Take it out.
Mr. Van Horn, those mountains are in our way. The rivers don't all run right for us either. While we're at it, why don't we fix them too?
Now you're talking.
On July 28, 1883, with Calgary only 2 weeks away, a record was set that's never been surpassed for manual labor on a railroad. In a single day, the men built 6.38 miles of completely finished line. They used 16,000 ties. They used 2,000 rails, that's over 600 tons, 63,000 spikes. In 14 hours of work, each man on a hammer drove an average of 8,400 blows. Suddenly, where only a few months before there had been nothing but open prairie, the new towns sprang up around the new railway stations, and the map blossomed with names that had a distinctive prairie flavor. Moose Jaw, Medicine Hat, Indian Head. And the town of Calgary was born that summer in the valley of the Bull River. This was its first railway station. This is the very first building put up on the new town site. It's a log cabin built by a surveyor named McVeety. On August 27th, the CPR directors arrived in Calgary aboard Van Horn's private car. They'd come from Winnipeg at a speed averaging 35 miles an hour. And thanks to some new coal deposits found at a place called Medicine Hat, they had sometimes approached 60 miles an hour. Father Lacombe was made president of the railway for 2 hours in gratitude for his handling of Crowfoot. And it's said that Lacombe immediately voted himself 2 lifetime passes on the railway.
I've never been the president of anything before in my life. What an extraordinary sense of power.
Temporal, of course, Father.
Well, I don't know. I enjoyed it so much, I thought I might try it again sometime. You've been too good to me. Their railway passes, I fear, won't get me into heaven, but they will make my travels here on Earth a good deal easier.
You do a lot of traveling back and forth, don't you, Father?
Indeed. Such grave concerns as yours are not the best companions for a meal such as this.
No, Father. Once I discovered that I had ambition, well, it didn't take me long to realize that I wouldn't survive unless I divided my life into parts.
Work and leisure.
Oh, no, Father. Attention. And undivided attention.
I understand.
Yes, I believe you do. At the moment, my attention is focused on the railroad's financial problems.
And your undivided attention?
It's out there, Father. Those mountains. They're in my way.
I hope you enjoyed tonight's program and that you'll be with me for next week's episode, The Sea of Mountains.
All right. Come on, Albert.
Major A.B. Rogers, the prairie surveyor, sent out to find a pass through the mysterious Selkirks, where everybody said there was no pass. Just one of the extraordinary characters pitted against the Sea of Mountains. Numb with cold, exhausted by the climb, and almost completely out of food, they were faced with a difficult decision: to risk going on or to turn back, to gamble that this might be the pass, or to give up all hope of finding it in that season of 1881.
She sure is a pretty sight. It ain't right to come so far and be wrong. Not to come so goddamn far. Good evening, I'm Pierre Burton, and tonight we continue our repeat screening of The National Dream, the story of the building of the Canadian Pacific Railway. First produced by CBC television in 1974, these programs provide a fascinating perspective on our nation's struggle for identity. So join me tonight for part 6, when we take you into the Sea of Mountains.
This was the infamous Sea of Mountains that stood squarely in the way of the Canadian Pacific. Breathtaking scenery, but no place to build a railway. And yet, by the time the CPR had been formed in 1881, thousands of men had already been at work here in the Fraser Canyon, trying to build a government's line from Pacific Tidewater inland along the Fraser River. And that would mean 60 miles of the most difficult and costly railroad construction on the continent. They'd started the toughest section first, near the town of Yale. But even after a year, they hadn't laid a single mile of track. There were men working here from all over the world, but the local Indians were by far the most fearless when it came to work on the cliffs, trying to set the charges for the endless blasting. Reinforcements kept coming up the Fraser to bolster the assault upon the unyielding rock of the canyon. Steamers could make it upstream from the coast as far as Hell's Gate. That was about 15 miles above Yale, the little mining settlement that was the headquarters of construction. Day and night, the roar of explosions reverberated down the canyon. But nobody in this town paid very much attention, because here in Yale there were other sounds just as loud and just as constant. Chattering coolies, painted women singing in the saloons, raucous drunks, the music of saw and hammer and harmonica and fiddle, the continual rattling of wheels over stones, and the smells: fresh salmon, rotten salmon, fresh sawdust, blasting powder, tobacco smoke, French perfume, human sweat. The local paper claimed that in this town there were more saloons per acre than in any other community on the whole continent. So you see, it was a real rough and tumble, frontier, Wild West type of town, except for one very Canadian thing. They shut all the saloons on Sunday.
Let's have that one down. Come on, clear them out there.
But the railway went on 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. In the first mile and a half out of Yale, the men had to drill 4 tunnels out of solid rock, and it took them 18 months working around the clock to do that.
Everybody take cover! Take cover!
Hurry. Move it along there. Chop, chop.
All right, everybody, back to work. Back to work.
Come on now. Gotta get going today. Clear them out today.
This impossible project was the responsibility of a dapper young American contractor named Andrew Onderdonk, a man who was remarkable by being, in a sense, unremarkable. He seemed totally out of place in this rugged and raucous frontier construction camp. But the imperturbable Onderdonk was not the only remarkable figure in these mountains in the spring of 1881. There was a surveyor, Major A.B. Rogers. Both were Americans, and both were new to the mountains. But there the resemblance ends. Onderdonk was modest, unassuming, even-tempered, good organizer, reasonably considerate of the Chinese he'd brought in for cheap labor. Rogers was intolerant of non-whites. He was argumentative, he was obsessively ambitious, he was impatient with almost everybody he met up with. Two very different men. But once Onderdonk and Rogers got to work, British Columbia's sea of mountains would never be the same again. The Major and his favorite nephew, Albert, were in Kamloops about to embark on a search for a pass through the Selkirks. And here, Major Rogers set about hiring Indian packers in his own unique way.
Blue Jesus. Uncle? Father? I want a word with you. It's about these Indians I'm going to take with me. Hope they can work half as good as they can eat.
The flesh must be fed, Major.
No, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Got plenty of beans. Good enough for any white. Too good for them. Besides, we'll be able to pick up what we want as we go along. Should be something to hunt. If I can just get these good-for-nothing brutes to go hunting. Yeah. Take my word, Father. I know what they're like. They're all the same.
They're good people, Major. Pious people.
Good. Good and hungry. Any one of them can out-eat any two white men. Any white men can outwork any two of them. That's why I made my deal with Chief Louis.
We're gonna make them work. Starting tomorrow, Uncle's gonna take them up into the hills and see how far they can travel with a 100-pound pack.
And see how much grub it takes to get them that far. But, Father, there's something I want you to look after for me.
By all means.
Good. I aim to send a letter back with every man. Want you to read those letters. And any man who doesn't get a good report is not to get a penny of his wages.
You'd make them go on a journey like that for nothing?
Well, they'll get what they deserve. 100 lashes on their bare backs if I don't send a good report.
But I couldn't do that.
You don't have to do a thing. Chief Louis is going to use a lash. He's agreed to that. And I'm going to leave the money in your keeping. If they don't earn it, well, you can use the money for this rig.
Well, I suppose money for the church is the same thing as money for my flock.
Rogers was a prairie surveyor and a fighter of plains Indians, just as out of place in this harsh mountain country as the well-dressed Onderdonk from New York. The party headed inland from Kamloops on April 29, 1881. And 2 weeks later, they built a raft to float them down the turbulent waters of the Columbia River to their destination in the Selkirks.
Won't we sink? Sink? Of course they won't sink.
But they're afraid.
I don't give a damn. Don't pay them good wages to take them on a Sunday out and up the river. Cut the rope.
It was entirely typical of Major Rogers' reckless and stubborn approach to the mountains that he decided to travel like this, bobbing around in the freezing waters of one of the most treacherous rivers in the West, with its torrents swollen by spring floods.
It's a whirlpool!
I don't think I'd have wanted to work for Major Rogers. He was a cantankerous old son of a you-know-what. He was 52 years old, and he was as frisky as a teenager, and they said that beneath that rough exterior there beat a sentimental heart. Well, maybe. But he treated his men very badly, and he didn't feed them very well. The truth about Rogers was that he was opposed to food. He thought that too much food was bad for you. He used to say, give Rogers 6 bacon rinds and 5 chunks of chewing tobacco, and he can go on for 2 weeks. Actually, what he ate most of the time, and what his men were forced to eat, was beans with a little bit of bacon. Beans, 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 3 times a day, and not too many of them. On this particular expedition, the provisions were very scanty. Against all advice, Rogers had clung to his conviction that he could hunt game along the way. Over on the Fraser, Onderdonk's men were barely moving ahead. The blasting itself was painfully slow, and even when the big Ingersoll drills were used in the tunnels, it was impossible to move more than 6 feet a day. Without the Chinese, I don't think that Onderdonk could have done it. When he began work along the Fraser, there were maybe 35,000 white people in all of British Columbia, but he would need close to 10,000 able-bodied men. And so he followed the example of his American railroad colleagues and imported Chinese coolies. They were provided with pretty good food, but too many of them preferred to subsist on rice and stale salmon, and that meant scurvy, to add to the hazards of construction.
All right, you men, back to work. Come on, men, clear out of here. Get these men back to work. Get out of here. What happened here?
The usual. Last night was rock fall. His leg is broken.
Well, get them back to work.
Good morning, Mr. Onderdonk.
Onderdonk had good reason to respect his Chinese laborers. They were good workers, they took care of themselves, set up their own camps, and they carried all their belongings on their backs. So gangs could be moved swiftly, a lot faster than the white gangs with their more complicated living arrangements. And best of all, of course, each Chinese worker was only paid $1 a day, which was less than the wages of the white men. So for practical reasons, if for nothing else, Onderdonk had a genuine concern for his Chinese coolies.
Yes, sir. But you know, Mr. Onderdonk, it's a bastard having to worry every day just whether these men are going to get out of here alive.
I know, but that's part of your job, Miller. There's been some confusion recently in the press.
What about?
Regarding the question of fatalities on the road. I don't know if you realize it, but I keep a tally of my own. If I remember rightly, we lost 5 men last week, 2 whites and 3 Chinese. This was in your section. But the Sentinel only reported 2 deaths, and both men had remarkably Anglo-Saxon names, didn't they?
Oh, yes, sir, but
Now, I don't want an explanation. I just point it out as a matter of interest.
History has catalogued Onderdonk's achievements, including San Francisco's Great Seawall. But when it came time to put names on the Canadian map, only one major name connected with a railway was missed out: Onderdonk, a man who was responsible for one of the toughest pieces of construction on the entire transcontinental line. One of his big problems was the presence of the old Caribou Road, that crazy and unbelievable highway cut right into the cliffs. It had been built during the Caribou Gold Rush, but now the railway had to blast its way upstream without disrupting the Caribou Road traffic. Another of Onderdonk's problems was labor. He was asking men to come all the way to the wilds of British Columbia for wages lower than those being offered in the more settled territories of the United States. Fortunately, by 1881, he'd managed to import 1,500 Chinese from American railway construction sites to help out with the horrendous job of trestling and tunneling the line up the canyon.
Is anybody still in there? Did everybody get out? Well, go back and find out. You, back in there. Men hurt. Hurry. Oh, leave the bastards. Nothing will move them now. Come on.
By now, Major Rogers' rafting expedition had reached the Selkirks, and the long climb up one of the valleys had begun.
All right. Straight through.
Straight through? But, Uncle, couldn't
God
you
damn it, Albert. I know what I'm looking for. It's right through there. Come on, get up. Come on. There. Don't get anything by sitting on your ass.
This was the lower section of the valley of the Illecillewaet River, whose smoky waters raced down the western slopes of the Selkirks, heading for the Columbia. 10 years before, one of Walter Moberly's surveyors had forced his way through these same beaver swamps, but he had been unable to make it across the summit of the Selkirks, let alone find a feasible pass for the railway. Major Rogers had read the diary chronicling the hazards of that earlier expedition, but that had not stopped him.
Uncle. Come on, Albert, you flaming idiot. You got better things to do than to look at the flaming scenery.
A lot of people wondered why this prairie Indian fighter had been hired for a mountain survey. Well, Major Rogers was the toughest and the stubbornest and the most ambitious surveyor around. If anybody could find a way through the Selkirks, he could, especially with the reward the CPR had promised him. In addition to a $5,000 bonus, the name of Rogers would be immortalized on the map if this magnificent valley did turn out to lead to a pass through the Selkirks. The slow progress up the Illecillewaet meant crossing and recrossing the foaming waters on natural bridges of snow that arched above the torrent.
Watch those backs. Mind you don't fall through.
I don't think they want to fall through, Uncle.
Shut up, Albert.
Contrary to the Major's expectations, they found practically no game to hunt, and they were growing hungrier and weaker and colder by the day as they climbed higher up in the valley. But there was that dream of a pass bearing the name of Rogers.
Albert, we ain't ever gonna see the likes of this journey again. You know that?
Yes, Uncle.
You see those tops out there? That's the Selkirk Mountains, spreading out far and wide. Oldest mountains we got. Yes, sir. Older than the Rockies, older than the Monachees, older than almost anything you can put your mind on. Some say it's the backbone of the whole continent. Where we're standing right now is as old as God himself. You know that?
No, sir.
Well, it is. I can know another.
No, sir.
Gonna be through there. Somewhere. Till I find a way for this dang blasted bitchin' railroad. Right through there. Somewhere's the way. Some crazy valley's gonna open up wide and long. By jumping Judas H. Priest where it does, we're gonna be there. Rogers Way. Hey, boy! An ink as black as a man can buy. You want some coffee? I wonder what those Indians are gonna find for a seed.
Nothing. Because there is nothing.
Well, they'll manage. Rogers Way!
The Selkirk Mountains, a vast island of forest and rock and snow and ice, almost completely surrounded. On that side by the Columbia River, and on the other side by the Kootenai River. 300 miles long, eons older than the Rockies, which are over to the east, and directly in the path of the CPR. To get around them to the north would add 80 miles to the line. To get around them to the south would take the railway into American territory. So far, nobody had been able to find a pass through those mountains. To find such a pass would be the challenge of a lifetime, and that was a challenge that Major Rogers could not resist.
Hope the provisions are gonna be all right.
I'll help them.
Albert, come back here, you idiot! You're all right. Come on, Albert!
Finally, they reached the divide. They stood high on a peak that was less than a mile from a hidden notch in the mountains, with only 18 miles of downhill exploration left, down the other side of the Selkirks. Success was literally just around the corner. Numb with cold, exhausted by the climb, and almost completely out of food, they were faced with a difficult decision: to risk going on or to turn back, to gamble that this might be the pass, or to give up all hope of finding it in that season of 1881.
She sure is a pretty sight. It ain't right to come so far and be wrong. Not to come so goddamn far.
Even for the reckless Major Rogers, there was only one thing to do: turn back. By the spring of 1881, every pass in the Rockies had been explored, surveyed, reported on, and argued about. Every pass except this one, the Kicking Horse. Now, after his bitterly disappointing experience in the Selkirks, Major Rogers decided to come here to see if this was how the CPR's new southern route might get through the Rockies. The Selkirk Divide is only 50 miles to the west of here, but the old Major had to travel 500 miles in a great semicircle just to reach this point. His survey crews had come up from Montana, and when he met them, they were camped over in the Bow River to the east of here. But there was one thing wrong. His young nephew Albert was missing. Rogers had sent a 21-year-old boy to do what no white man and possibly no Indian had ever done before: to travel up the western slopes of the Kicking Horse Valley and to rendezvous with the Major and his surveyors on the east of the Divide. Now Albert was close to starvation, he was lost, and he had no idea how near or how far help might be. One of the men Rogers had sent out to look for his missing nephew was only 22 himself, a farm boy from Ontario, Tom Wilson, the man who would later discover Lake Louise. Wilson had been scouring the valleys for days, listening in vain for an answering shot. By now, the Major was frantic. None of his search parties had found any trace of Albert, and as far as he knew, the boy could be anywhere in that great expanse of mountain wilderness.
old flaming Jesus. So you got back, did you? You all right, you damn little cuss?
Not much of a welcome. But then Albert knew his uncle pretty well, and he probably didn't expect much more. With that ordeal over, it could be said that the Kicking Horse had been explored after a fashion, and so the men got down to business. Rogers began to survey a trial line through the Kicking Horse Pass. The Major became passionately devoted to the Kicking Horse. If the CPR wanted a southern route through the Rockies to match their new line across the prairie, then as far as Rogers was concerned, this was it. He abandoned exploration of other passes in the Rockies and spent the rest of the season right here. He'd be back in the mountains next year, 1882, to tackle the Selkirks once again, to try to prove the existence of that elusive Rogers Pass. Winter came, but that didn't stop construction on the Fraser. Onderdonk had to keep his men hard at it all year long. By the end of 1881, he'd managed to push construction another 20 miles up the canyon. And by 1882, there was a brand new Yale. The old one had burned down in one of the disastrous fires that kept virtually destroying the town during its 3-year joyride with the railwaymen. And there were more Chinese. During the winter, Onderdonk had chartered 2 sailing vessels to bring 1,000 coolies each from Hong Kong. By the end of the year, he would have brought in 10,000. Each worker dreamed of amassing a minor fortune, $300 American, just enough to buy a farmer financial independence back in China. But with low wages and layoffs and sickness and company store bills, many never made it back home. It was dangerous work, and the white foreman didn't always treat the coolies with the same consideration they gave to other navvies. Every Chinese crew had a bookman who kept track of payments, and if the men thought they'd been cheated, or if it seemed that a foreman's carelessness had caused an accident, the Chinese could and did become violent, as we know from news reports of specific incidents. All this time, over on the prairie, Van Horn was charging towards his goal of 500 miles of track in a single season. The distance between Van Horn and Onderdonk was only a few hundred miles, but if you sent a letter from Yale in British Columbia to the end of prairie track, it would have to be detoured down the Pacific coast, across the United States, up to Winnipeg, and then west again, a distance of 5,000 miles. The greatest barrier between the two groups of track layers was still the Selkirk Mountains. And in 1882, Major Rogers tried once again to find his pass, but this time from the other side. Down there is the Beaver River on its way to the Columbia to mingle with water from the Rocky Mountains. Rogers tried to make it up this valley, but probably to nobody's surprise but his own, he had to turn back because he ran out of food. All the same, in July, he was at it again, struggling up the canyons of the Beaver.
God damn. Don't touch this devil's club. You get blood poison. You hold us up for days.
With a white companion and some Indian packers, Major Rogers set off through the lush greenery that lined the Columbia Valley.
Flamin' skitters. Never seen worse. More like these bites. More like carrying around 2 pieces of liver than having a pair of ears.
Here, before the railway builders helped destroy it, was some of the loveliest scenery in the mountains. Tangles of berry bushes and carpets of ferns, with the peaks of the Selkirks rising above it all. It was undeniably beautiful, but the growth was so thick that the party could make little more than 2 miles a day in places. Then, after almost a week, they were finally getting close to the summit of what might be the pass. Rogers' hope was to catch sight of the mountain he'd stood on just a year before, towering above the broad valley that he believed was his pass. By now, they were moving slowly up the Bear River, a tributary of the Beaver. And at last, Rogers could see it. The peak that had defeated him in the summer of 1881, and the pass that everybody had declared could never be found. If anything was said in that moment of discovery, it was not recorded. It may be that for once in his life, Major Rogers was speechless. So Major Rogers had succeeded where everybody else had failed. And he'd done what a lot of people had said was impossible. There was a way through the Selkirks, and its discovery would make him immortal. Behind me is the broad peak on which he'd stood 1 year before. They call it Avalanche Mountain. Other mountains would be named after famous Canadians. There's Mount Tupper over there. And behind Avalanche Mountain, Mount McDonald. And over in the distance, a peak that would be named for Rogers himself. So now Rogers could let the world know about his discovery, and he could also collect that $5,000 check, which, to the annoyance of both Van Horn and the CPR's accountants, he insisted on framing and hanging on a wall. He did eventually cash it, but the important thing to Major Rogers was that from its discovery in July 1882, this would be known as the Rogers Pass. By the next year, 1883, tracks were still inching up the Fraser, and Andrew Onderdonk was in trouble. It had cost him an extra $2 million buying out lower bidders just to obtain his contracts, and the construction here was incredibly expensive. The Chinese probably saved him between $3 and $5 million. But now he was showing a loss on his books of $2.5 million, and there was little hope of getting the government to increase the value of his contracts. In desperation, Onderdonk hired a man who would help turn chaos into order and loss into profit on the Shield and on the prairie, Michael Haney.
It's not the necessity of trestles that bothers me, but the process of getting here. What slows us down is having to cut them fresh at each new bridging point.
Oh, I agree. It's the labor that's costing it. The labor and the waste of time having to stop and cut and trim. But it's unavoidable. It has to be done.
Suppose we built us a trestle factory. Suppose we made up all the timbers in one place. Eh? Somewhere back down the line. Make 'em all to order and ship 'em up ready for assembly. Pre-measured, pre-cut, and numbered according to plan. Then all of our men, Mr. Onderdonk, all of our men, all they'd have to do is construct the road. Here's another situation, Mr. Onderdonk, and I see no reason why we shouldn't go for the same answer. An explosives factory, for dynamite or nitro. Make our own. Then we don't have to wait for it all to come up from the coast. That way, nothing will hold us back with the blasting either.
I have a feeling, Mr. Haney, that when we got a hold of you, we got hold of the right man.
Thank you.
He's on a little ledge over the river. And the rest of them won't do an inch of work in the presence of their dead.
Can't you move the body?
We can't get down to it. It's stuck on the ledge.
What do you propose to do about it? We can't have all these men standing around while we wait for the body to disintegrate.
Well, that Indian over there says he can move it for $10. I tried to make a deal with him, but he won't budge on the price. And besides, it's too much.
Never mind how much it is. Pay it and get these men back to work.
I'll be with you in a minute. I understand Mr. Chen is ill.
Yes.
May I see him?
Yes, Mr. Onderdonk.
Thank you. What's wrong with him?
Chen has scurvy.
Mr. Chen. How many times do your people have to be told there is better food in the camps? Fish and rice isn't enough. I told your people that when I brought you in here.
We are Chinese. You are English.
How are you being taken care of?
As you can see.
I see nothing. These men are ignoring you.
That is so. But that is as it should be. We Chinese have our own ways.
You are speaking English with me, Mr. Chen. And that's not one of your people's ways.
Perhaps that is because you're an ignorant man, Mr. Underdog, and do not have the guilt of Chinese.
I think Mr. Chen is dying.
Yes. He died tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
You don't believe that, do you? I should know better.
So the railroad took its toll, and the troubles of many a coolie ended in one of the graveyards here along the Fraser Canyon. But Andrew Onderdonck's troubles only got worse. In spite of cheap Chinese labor and Haney's cost-cutting, he was in serious financial difficulties by the fall of 1883. He decided to go to Ottawa to try to raise some extra money on his government contracts. When he reached Victoria, a creditor served him with a writ. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. He was on a boat that was about to leave for San Francisco. And so the city was treated to the spectacle of the province's biggest employer of labor being hauled off the ship and into jail. And he spent 2 hours behind the bars before his friends bailed him out. But the big question late in 1883 had to do with the whole railway. Costs were mounting and construction was slowing. Onderdonck's friends had come to his rescue, but who was going to bail out the CPR? Andrew Onderdonck would keep working doggedly away on his contracts right to the very end of construction. But now the CPR faced its greatest barriers, the Rockies and the Laurentian Shield. With a craggy wilderness eating up the dollars, and with funds growing dangerously lower week by week, there were desperate days ahead. I hope you enjoyed tonight's program, and that you'll be with me for next week's episode, The Desperate Days.
impossible grades. Boulders, debris, a continuous fall of rock. The dance slopes are too steep.
1884 and 85. Those were the desperate days when both the railway and the country were careening towards disaster. That's when the CPR's general manager, William Van Horn, had his first glimpse of the line just built up the Fraser.
Too many bloody trestles. And the worst I've ever seen.
My God.
'Good evening. I'm Pierre Burton, and tonight we continue our repeat screening of The National Dream, the story of the building of the Canadian Pacific Railway. First produced in 1974 by CBC Television, these programs provide a fascinating insight into our continuing search for an identity. So join me tonight for Part 7, The Desperate Days. (1883). By the end of that year, the granite wasteland north of Lake Superior had sprouted a new growth, the survey stakes of the railroad builders. From the very beginning, this 700-mile stretch of unyielding rock and seemingly bottomless muskeg had threatened John A. Macdonald's national dream. Now it was beginning to break the CPR. The Canadian Pacific Railway Company had now been at work for 3 years, and it had completed the middle section of the railway running west from Thunder Bay, through Winnipeg, across the prairies to the foot of the Rockies. But then it faced 3 separate walls of towering mountains between that section of the line and the Onderdonk section, which was moving east from the Pacific coast. And to reach settled Ontario from Thunder Bay meant crossing the formidable barrier of the Laurentian Shield. And at this point, with the most difficult and expensive construction facing it, the company was almost out of money. Hidden extras kept cropping up in the expenditures. You see, the government did not pay the subsidy to the railway company until each section of the line was complete, and so that meant working all winter in 50 below weather and often in 5 feet of snow. And it meant a constant struggle to keep costs down and to try to find some extra money somewhere. It meant that they couldn't let up. If they did, it looked as if the CPR would falter and fail. The railway's plight had set William Van Horn, its general manager, on a tireless campaign to cut costs. He would have to build the best railway he could for as little money as possible.
What the hell is going on?
But it would take more than Van Horn's thrift to conquer Canadian geography and climate. The CPR faced certain ruin if it couldn't find more millions to pour into construction. That was the unenviable task of the company's president, George Stephen. He kept sending frantic appeals to the government, to John A. Macdonald, old Tamara himself, but nothing, it seemed, would budge him into action. John A. was getting old. As the winter of 1883 closed in across the nation, the CPR tackled the risky business of cutting costs without slackening the pace of construction. It was almost impossible for Van Horn to escape his Montreal office, but wherever he happened to be, he kept up a barrage of penny-pinching decrees.
I would be glad to aid you to a greater extent, but we have not a dollar to spare. Unlike most of our friends in the Northwest, must skin along as best we can. Coal. He wants us to buy more coal. It's perfectly natural. A railway can't run without coal. How much longer?
How much longer, sir? Do you mean the letters?
I'm quite aware of the number of letters, Tate. What I want to know is how much longer we're going to sit here without moving.
The last report I had wasn't too encouraging, sir. The drifting's bad along this stretch. There simply aren't enough men to do the job by hand.
Oh, all right. Here, Jimmy. Take this down and have it sent. I want to know why the plow hasn't cleared this track. Now, we better get back to work, Tate. Then we can have a bite to eat.
Mr. Van Horn, about the plow. They asked for 2 more snow plows for this stretch, sir, and you had me reply.
I had you reply with absolute correctness that we cannot put what little money we have into extra snow plows. But that shouldn't stop anyone from using the plows they do have in the best way possible, and that means a better way than this. Now then, we'll do 2 more. We'll do 1 more letter. Then we'll have a bite to eat and finish these in jig time. To J.H. McTavish, Land Commissioner, Winnipeg. Dear, etc., etc. Can you not manage a considerable reduction in the expenses of your department until matters improve? You have on your rolls a large number of men whose salaries range very much higher than those we're paying men in similar positions in other departments, viz. Mr. Tate? You know, I believe that even in our present straits, we can afford to overpay Mr. McTavish's man for just a few more minutes. We'll finish these letters a damn sight faster if we're not starving to death.
There was one item in the construction camps that Van Horn could not stint on, and that was food. In a single area, on the Shield, CPR workmen were consuming 12 tons of provisions every day and smoking 4 tons of tobacco every month. But otherwise, the pinch was on.
To George C. Wright, Shepherdville, Manitoba. On your request for the extension of the Manitoba Southwestern Branch, while we fully appreciate the disadvantage under which the people in the district are living, we're utterly helpless in the matter. Railways cannot be built without money, and we're unable to borrow $1 for the purpose. To John Ross, I understand that you have a very large force of men at work quarrying and dressing stone and putting in masonry. This class of work should be confined to such points as will require iron bridges. Permanent trestles of square timbers will stand for 7 or 8 years if necessary. We must not spare $1 for any work that can possibly be avoided or postponed even for a year.
And then, disaster. An early frost had wiped out the western wheat crops, and in the States, the northern Pacific went bankrupt. Railway stocks plunged, carrying with them the CPR's hopes of raising money by the sale of new shares. For the company, these twin calamities could not have come at a worse time. Late one evening in November 1883, George Stephen and Van Horn came here to Earnscliffe to try to persuade John A. to force a government loan down the throat of Parliament. MacDonald turned them down flat. Gentlemen, he said, you might as well ask for the planet Jupiter. There's nothing left to do but take the early morning train back to Montreal. But they had some time to spare, and they spent it in the old Bank of Montreal cottage, where Donald Smith and Jim Hale had first planned the great St. Paul adventure, which launched them all on a fortune. And there they encountered MacDonald's closest cabinet crony, John Henry Pope. Years later, Van Horn recalled exactly what had happened.
So it's him that owns the moon, is it?
That's not the way I heard it.
Go on. Evening, Pope.
The way I heard it, Sir John MacDonald is the moon. I take it you found the Prime Minister unreceptive.
Disaster and ruin. Disaster and ruin.
What happened?
Nothing. He wouldn't be moved.
Nothing was said would move him. Nothing.
And I think it must be said we could not have been more frank.
To the last detail. I accounted for every last penny. Cajoled him. We begged.
We reasoned with him, but
nothing.
Hell, we practically spilled our blood on the floor.
Did you threaten him? Wait for me. I'll be back. Sir John, we must have the government's help, which means that you must find a way of convincing the caucus. They must be brought around to the idea of another loan.
And?
And I think I have the means by which you are going to convince them.
Oh?
Well, I got him out of bed.
And?
And I put it to him the one way you gentlemen had forgotten.
You mean you threatened him?
Precisely. Put it this way, I said. The day the Pacific Railway goes bust, the Conservative Party busts the day after. I think I got him with that one.
Christmas 1883, with the CPR demanding the most expensive gift in the land, a $22.5 million loan from Parliament. Something that raised hackles on both sides of the House.
What next?
Put the chain on next, Papa.
Did you make this or did Margaret?
I did.
MacDonald knew he couldn't fight alone, but his strongest cabinet ally, Charles Tupper, was in England. So a cable had been sent across the Atlantic asking for help. It would be a hectic holiday season for the Prime Minister. He barely had time for his daughter, Mary. She'd been handicapped from birth, afflicted both mentally and physically, lacking the coordination to walk or even to lift her own head unassisted.
Now, you're not going to make your old father climb to the top with a star, are you?
Yes, I am. Now. When you put it there, may I see it?
Of course you can.
Oh, wonder, star of light, star of royal beauty bright.
This telegram came, Sir John.
You read it, Mary.
Sailing Thursday. Tupper.
Well, that's good news. For a change.
On February 1st, 1884, the parliamentary struggle began. Charles Tupper proposed a CPR relief bill, and within 2 weeks, the Tories were in revolt. Quebec members demanding railway subsidies of their own. Maritimers unwilling to see money spent on the unknown land to the far west. Finally, the Westerners themselves up in arms over the CPR monopoly and high freight rates. Until the railway, John A. MacDonald had known the people, the places, and the problems of a tight, familiar community, but now all that was changed. Far out along the half-completed line of track, new political leaders he'd never heard of, in communities he'd never visited, were demanding a say in matters he only partially understood. But he issued his usual threat to the caucus. If they did not support him, there'd be an election, and they'd have to face the country on the heels of a government defeat in the House. The Tories fell dutifully, if a little sullenly, into line, and Tupper took over the debate to pilot the relief bill to victory on February 28, 1884. The relief was only temporary. 1884 turned out to be another year of crushing expense for the railway. In June, Van Horn arranged a personal inspection tour of the line across the Shield. He wanted to see the North Superior section that was so quickly using up the government loan. He found the workmen far from content. They'd been lured to this sullen wilderness by wages of $1.75 to $2 an hour. But they weren't paid for the days when bad weather stopped the work, and by the time they'd paid board and their company's store bills, they often ended up with less than $4 for a whole week's work. The bunkhouses on the Shield were crowded with men who were exhausted, bored, irritable and lonely. In the Thunder Bay Sentinel, one navvy described this kind of a scene.
God! It was an accident. You don't have to throw it across the room.
Who's this one?
That's her. That's my girl.
You left her for this?
Well, I thought maybe she... There was this other fella. And I told her if she so much as looked at him, I'd teach her a lesson. Well, here I am.
Who's this one?
That's her aunt. The one without the hat? Yeah, that's her aunt.
My God, but women are fine things.
By now, almost 15,000 men and 3,000 horses were at work along this section of the line. Each month, when the pay car went out, it carried more than $1 million in wages. One 90-mile section of the roadbed ate up 10 millions. The total bill for blasting material alone would be $7.5 million. And one single memorable mile of track was laid through solid rock at a staggering cost of $700,000. This is what the crews faced 25 miles east of what would become White River, Ontario. A solid wall of granite, 700 feet thick. To blast their way through that would hold up track laying for the better part of a month. So what they did was they ran the rails right over the top here and let the trains and the men and the material come through. And by the time this cut was finished, the track had moved another 30 miles. There was tremendous irony on the Shield in 1884 because in the midst of the CPR's financial crisis in this most difficult terrain, a railway blacksmith named Tom Flanagan picked up a piece of rock near Sudbury and thought he'd found gold. He hadn't. He was standing on a copper mine, and more than that, on the biggest nickel deposit in the world. He didn't get rich from that, but others did, and that touched off the great Ontario mining boom, and it made millionaires out of one or two sharp-eyed CPR employees. But that wasn't going to help the railway, not now, because in order to get the government loan, the CPR had to promise that they would finish the line in 5 years instead of 10. And that meant that the deadline was only about 18 months away. The crisis sent George Stephen on a frantic race from capital to capital, continent to continent, trying to keep the CPR afloat. Government subsidy payments were maddeningly slow, But if the company couldn't keep up with its debts and payrolls, then the subsidies would stop altogether, and that would be the end of the CPR.
I think you're being very unfair, Prime Minister. You could at least listen to what I have to say.
I don't need to hear what you have to say. I don't want to. However, it's your breath. You waste it if you want to.
All I'm asking is that you try to convince the government to delay the repayment dates on our loan, not the loan itself. Get the pressure off.
The pressure will never be alleviated, Stephen. Surely you must know that by now. Well, it will be alleviated once, the day they drive the last spike, but not before that. Till then, we must go on as we are. Still, I'll have a word with Tupper. I'll see what I can do. Don't get your hopes up. I'm getting too old, Stephen, to put the death grip on these fellas anymore.
In late July, Van Horn took a long-delayed journey to the west to check on mountain construction and to inspect the site for the CPR's Pacific terminus. The terminus was to be on Burrard Inlet at Port Moody, where giant Douglas firs towered above the tidal flats. The Port Moody Gazette was ecstatic about the little town's future.
Port Moody has no rival. There is no place upon the whole coast of British Columbia that can enter into competition with it.
Van Horn arrived, and he was anything but ecstatic.
There's not sufficient room. 400 acres of level ground will be required for railway purposes alone, and it would cost $2 to $4 million to reclaim this amount of land from the tide flats at Port Moody.
However, out at the mouth of Burrard Inlet, there was a dismal collection of buildings called Coal Harbor, near what was known locally as Gastown after an early saloon keeper, Gassy Jack Dayton. And here there was plenty of space for a terminus with room left over for the budding metropolis that Van Horn himself would name Vancouver. The citizens and the press of Port Moody were all a-clamor with futile protests. But by then, Van Horn was off again to have a look at progress up the Fraser. This was the route that had been chosen by government engineers, and the line was being built by Andrew Onderdonk on government contracts. Years later, Van Horn would tell an American Senate committee that if it had been up to the CPR, the BC section would never have been constructed here through what he called one of the worst places in the world.
Impossible grades, boulders, debris, a continuous fall of rock. The damn slopes are too steep. It was my information that these curves were not to exceed 4 degrees. Hell, that seems more like 10 to me. bloody trestles. And the worst I've ever seen. My God. Beyond any question, the worst piece of railroad building in the whole world.
By August of 1884, the CPR was still faced with a great expensive chunk of mountain construction, some of the worst of it right here in the Selkirks. Van Horn had left his Pacific cruise at the end of track, not far from Kamloops, and he'd come this way on foot through Eagle Pass along with Major Rogers, and it was a miserable trip. They had frozen mud, they had slush from an unexpected snowfall, and worst of all, they had the Major's erratic provisioning. They went without food for 2 days, and Van Horn claimed at the end of it he could smell ham 40 miles away. But if things went according to plan, that was the last time that anybody would have to walk through these mountains, because the CPR would be completed in less than 18 months. The big question was, where would they find the money to finish the job? When Van Horn reached the Rockies, he could see how slowly the mountains were giving way to the railroad. In that summer of 1884, the CPR needed 12,000 men in the mountains. And since June, they'd been pouring in from all over, one of the armies of nameless navvies whose backbreaking labor would help bring the national dream to reality. The work was often as dangerous as it was difficult. Near one of the several tunnels along the Kicking Horse River, the cut in the hill was so deep that men worked in 3 tiers. Those at the top toiled in comparative safety, but for the 2 groups below, there was the constant hazard of falling rock. The worst section in the Rockies was certainly the descent from the summit of the Kicking Horse Pass. On their queasy way down what came to be called the Big Hill, the heavily loaded trains had to navigate flimsy-looking trusses and trestles as the line switched back and forth across the river 8 times. And this was it, the horror of the Big Hill. Here, the Kicking Horse River drops 1,100 feet in 3.5 miles on its plunge to the Columbia. Van Horn was going to try to risk something that no other railroad had ever attempted, a grade of 4.4%. Now, that may not seem very much to you, but it meant that in 1 mile, the track would have to drop the height of a 30-story building. That was twice what the contract allowed, and it was 4 times steeper than the ideal maximum. For the next 25 years, this would mean 8 miles of nightmare travel. Getting up took 4 locomotives more than an hour, and that meant there'd be 4 times the chance of engine failure. The trip down was not to be believed. The first locomotive to try it flew off the rails, plunged into the river, and killed 3 men. And even with shorter trains and safety switches and better brakes and a tougher speed limit, the damage would be incalculable in terms of broken machinery and human lives. Ultimately, it would take 10,000 men working 2 years to build the famous spiral tunnels to get around all this. But there wasn't a man on the main line who didn't believe it was very worthwhile. All summer, the mountains rang with the furious noise of construction, and with the exclamations of those tourists who crowded in, hard on the heels of the workers, to gaze on the wonders of the Rockies. But already some of the scenery was fast disappearing. The mountains that year were ablaze with forest fires started by construction workers, some accidentally, some deliberately. On his way east, it's possible that Van Horn took time to visit the Badlands to renew his old interest in fossils. He'd always been an ardent amateur geologist and fossil hunter. In fact, 9 new species bore his name. Old railwaymen working in the quarries used to find him a sure market for fossils. The slightest hint of a discovery would send him out with his geologist's hammer and his sample box. There was one time in Alton, Illinois, when he'd been tantalized for weeks by the spectacle of a fine trilobite embedded in a slab sidewalk, and finally, he couldn't stand it any longer. And on an irresistible impulse, he smashed the pavement with his hammer, and he bore the trophy away. Whatever Van Horn did, he did to the full. And now he was building the Pacific Railway. As he traveled across the plains, he could see the byproducts of his work, the string of new places on the map, slowly changing from tent and shack towns to permanent prairie settlements, and all spawned by the CPR. What Van Horn may not have noticed were the signs of growing unrest among the native peoples. Past winter had been simply dreadful. Early frosts killing crops, bringing on food shortages and near starvation. The Indians felt that Ottawa was betraying them. Their meager food rations were being cut back as part of a general government retrenchment. And on some reserves, people were dying by the score, and bitter resentments were growing. And then there were the Métis, denied in the Saskatchewan country what Louis Riel had won for them 15 years earlier in Manitoba, a share in the Aboriginal title to the land. Some were receiving free land, but too often it was ending up in the hands of white speculators, and a dangerous discontent was spreading. For more than a decade, Riel had been in exile in Montana, but now his people wanted their leader back. In June, nobody had paid any attention to a group of Métis horsemen slipping quietly across the American border, but on their return, there had been one extra rider, Louis Riel. now, 2 months later, Van Horn headed back to Montreal. He traveled past the farms that were springing up along the line, through his old headquarters, Winnipeg, where almost a quarter of the 25,000 inhabitants were directly dependent upon the railway. Throughout the sparsely settled land, Westerners everywhere were slowly coming to a boil over the CPR monopoly and Ottawa's deaf ears. By that fall, George Stephen in Montreal was desperate. Almost all of the spring loan had been gobbled up by construction, and now the company's credit at home and abroad was gone. He wrote to MacDonald with these words: "I feel like a man walking on the edge of a precipice. The uncertainty is too much for me with all the other difficulties. The ordeal I'm going through is not easy to stand." Stephen and his cousin, Donald Smith, were dipping into their private fortunes to keep the CPR going, and they were close to the bottom of the barrel. In Ottawa, MacDonald refused to listen to the CPR's repeated distress signals. If only the railway could be completed, the profits would roll in, but by October, George Stephen realized there simply wasn't enough money to do the job. Stephen's scramble for millions took him to Europe 3 times in 1884. But he was finally able to raise a $250,000 loan from a Scottish financial house by pledging more of his stock and of his cousin's, Donald Smith. And that piece of Highland good cheer caused him to send what is surely the most memorable cablegram in Canadian history, and certainly one of the shortest. Just one brief cryptic sentence: "Stand fast, Craigellachie." You see, both men came from a part of Scotland where the landscape wasn't all that different from their new home here in Canada. Stephen remembered, and he knew that Smith would remember, the great rock that dominated the valley of Banffshire, which was their home. It was called Craigellachie, and in the brave old days, this was the rallying point for the Clan Grant. In fact, its name was the Clan's war cry. And so Donald Smith in Montreal, receiving that cablegram, must have heard the sound of warring claymores and the wild skirl of the pipes as he read that sentence: "Stand fast, Craigellachie." On January 12, 1885, Montreal was the scene of a gigantic celebration. Sir John A. Macdonald had just achieved his 70th birthday and his 40th year of public life.
You've pulled me so tight I can't move.
Well, you're a national monument now, my dear. And national monuments don't move.
Outside, the streets were thronged with well-wishers. A torchlight parade was to escort John A. and Agnes to the great drill hall in Place d'Armes, where the Prime Minister would address a gathering of hundreds.
There was an old man, a monk, living out his days in an ancient monastery somewhere in Europe. And it was his job, a very special, self-appointed job, to care for the portraits of the departed members of his order. And one day he said to some visitors he was showing the portraits to, "Oh, I feel sometimes as if after all, they are the realities and we are the shadows." Thank you.
That was the one bright moment in those dark months. In the East, MacDonald faced a cabinet revolt over the latest railway money troubles, and George Stephen fought off personal and corporate ruin. On the Shield, Van Horn labored to link up the gaps between isolated stretches of steel. On the prairies, farmers agitated against Eastern monopoly. While Indians and Métis drew closer to open revolt against an unheeding government. And in the mountains, the railway builders faced their last great barrier, the snow-shrouded Selkirks. The Selkirks remained a mystery almost to the moment when steel was driven through them. There was something uncanny about those massive pyramidal peaks scoured by erosion and time. More than 1,000 men were now toiling away in Rogers Pass. The average winter snowfall here reached 50 feet at the summit. In one 6-day period, 8.5 feet of snow fell, and blizzards were known to last 3 weeks. Van Horn had been advised up until the very last moment to avoid the Selkirks, to take the line north along the big bend of the Columbia River and around the mountains. But that would have meant 70 additional miles of railroad, 2 extra hours of passenger time, 4 additional hours for freight. Van Horn is a man who always looked to the future, and he saw the possibilities of competition. and so he decided to take the direct route straight through the Rogers Pass. What he didn't foresee was the 6 miles of snow sheds the CPR would eventually have to build in the Selkirks at a cost of $40 a foot. And even with those snow sheds, there were times in the late winter when it simply wasn't safe to run a train in those mountains. But even if the railroad builders had foreseen the need for those snow sheds, it wouldn't have mattered, because in that winter of 1885, the CPR simply didn't have the money to put them up. George Stephen had just built a magnificent new house in Montreal. It was one of the show places of the city, crammed with the best Victorian bric-a-brac and fine works of art. But without blinking an eye, Stephen mortgaged it all to raise money for the railroad. I guess in the entire history of railway building on the continent, there's never been anything like that. And it's said that Stephen and Donald Smith pledged the remainders of their joint fortunes and personal assets right down to their gold cufflinks. Now the two had nothing left to offer but their Celtic spirit. The only possible hope was another government loan. But old tomorrow was standing firm.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Another communication from Mr. Stevens, sir.
MacDonald was successfully evading the railway's predicament, but out west there were a few prescient observers, mainly mounted policemen and priests, who must have wished that the railway was completed all the way to the prairies. Because if the Métis and Indian situation erupted into violence, then troops would have to be sent to the west. The trouble was there were 4 gaps in the line across the Shield, and these gaps totaled 86 miles. The track that had been laid was largely unballasted, and a lot of it had been laid directly on top of the snow. In between was a frozen waste, onto which icy winds shrieked in from Lake Superior. Now look at this country and ask yourself how anybody, even Van Horn, could get soldiers across here. And yet the only alternative was for the troops to don civilian clothes, pack their guns and equipment separately, and take American railroads to our west. So everybody prayed for the impossible, that the rebellion would never come, or else they pretended that if they didn't think about it, maybe it would go away. The Prime Minister had received repeated warnings about increased Métis hostility. He'd heard how Riel was whipping them into a frenzy. He'd heard about the Métis leader's own bizarre behavior, sparked by a growing religious fervor and mysticism. But all MacDonald did was to notify the West that the militia might have to be called out. And then, on March 26, 1885, Duck Lake. The Riel Rebellion had begun. MacDonald at last was forced into action, and the CPR was called upon to move troops west and rescue the nation if it could. I hope that you enjoyed tonight's program and that you will be with me for next week's episode, The Last Spike. With a rebellion in the Northwest, Canada went to war, and the railway made a last-ditch bid for government help. The CPR promised to speed troops west across the Laurentian Shield in spite of great gaps in the line.
George! Oh, I told you I'd have to get you. Get it up there, get it up!
Call Rob Brown, go Brown, what happened?
Once the tracks resumed, there were trains, but practically nothing in the way of comfort. These cars had been used by CPR construction crews to carry gravel, and that meant a miserable 12-hour ride with only a single stop for sandwiches and tea. The troops traveled part of the way in open gravel cars, but that was sheer luxury compared to what they'd have to endure when they came to the icy stretches, where no track had yet been laid. Good evening, I'm Pierre Burton, and tonight we conclude our repeat screening of The National Dream, a series based on the building of the Canadian Pacific Railway. First produced in 1974 by CBC Television, this series provides a fascinating perspective on our nation's continuing struggle for an identity. So join me for the conclusion of The National Dream, The Last Spike. March 26, 1885. Here at Duck Lake, the smoldering discontent in the Canadian Northwest had finally erupted into volleys of gunfire. And the next day, all of settled Canada was stunned by the news. The Métis and the Indians had risen under the leadership of Louis Riel. The Saskatchewan Rebellion had begun. So it had come to war. But who would wage it? The only permanent military force in all of Canada consisted of 2 batteries at Quebec and Kingston. Once they were called up, The only thing left to do would be to summon the militia to arms. But the militia consisted of young, untried, romantic amateurs to whom the biggest military event of the year had been the annual militia ball. Suddenly, the farmers' sons and the boys who'd grown up in the eastern towns were going to a real war. And the uniforms they'd only danced in, they might now have to die in.
Here he comes.
At last.
Looks like they're all scared the war's gonna be over before he gets there.
Come on, Johnny, you're late.
You're gonna need all your hands and feet for waving with. Thanks.
All aboard.
Bye, Mark. I'll be okay. Thanks. Bye, Dad. Bye, son.
Bye.
Within 2 days, eastern settlements began to send their young men into the cities, where they'd jam the drill halls and parade squares before journeying west.
Still, keep right. Hands up, hands up. Pull back. Stand down, roll render. On and top. Shoulder. Out. Get him up, get him up.
Hard! Out! I told you I'd have to get you. Get it up there, get it up! Hold right behind, good behind the weapon.
Raise and raise and.
Now check it perpendicular to the ground, 3 inches away from the body. Don't pass the sled. Left arm is parallel to the ground. Right about! Hands to the left! Hands!
Right.
All sections left, walk, march.
Toronto, Monday morning, March 30th, as depicted in 1885 by the Canadian Illustrated War News. The first contingent of troops to leave for the West marched to Union Station. It was the nation's first war and the first major test of the unfinished, debt-ridden Canadian Pacific Railway. Van Horn had promised he'd get the troops to the Northwest in just 10 days. Now, how could the government refuse to help a railroad that sped the soldiers out to the prairies, caught the Métis unaware, and crushed a prairie revolution? Van Horn insisted on running the show entirely by himself, and he did so with military precision because, you see, he had experience in moving Union troops during the American Civil War. And so he made sure the troops traveled with lots of food, that the cavalry horses were well provided for, and that goods donated to the troops by the public would be carried free of charge. Clothing, 100 weight of dime novels, 50 packs of playing cards, that sort of thing. You see, he was still the ablest railroad general in the world. was one thing that nobody could forget, least of all Van Horn as the general manager of the railway. Somehow, the troops would have to cross almost 100 miles of frozen wilderness where tracks had still not been laid. There were 4 of these gaps in the line across the Shield. The first began at Dog Lake, a construction camp not far from the present site of White River, Ontario, known as the coldest spot in Canada. So the men of the Royal Grenadiers got off the train to sample the Sullen feast that Van Horn had arranged for them and to spend their last night of comfort for days to come.
Come and get us! Then ask for stampede!
All right then, stew, salmon, lobster, peaches and pie and cake and coffee. Help yourselves then.
Is this lobster? Yeah, I ate one once. It's good.
Come on, leave some for the officers then, eh? Why?
Where'd it come from? Can you see anything?
Can't be them, can it?
I don't think so. I thought there was a long way to go yet.
Come and bring some bandages! What's happened? One of our men has shot his own foot, sir! Oh, great! Harrison, fetch some bandages up here!
How many men does Rail have? How many?
I don't know.
More than us?
I don't know. Anyway, Riel can wait till I finish my supper.
Let's hope somebody tells Riel that.
Idiot!
Before the men could board their next train, they had to take a 40-mile sleigh ride over the rough, unfinished roadbed of the CPR, and for most of them, this was a 9-hour nightmare of snow and slush and an unrelenting freezing cold.
All right, good, come on! Let's go! Ready, heave! Up, up, okay, up!
You okay?
I think I'm gonna walk for a while.
What's the matter? You scared?
My feet are gone numb, that's all. God, can a guy walk if he wants to?
Okay, I'll walk with you.
Got your snowshoes? Let's go.
The cavalry could not enjoy the dubious luxury of the sleighs. They were forced to strike off on foot across the 40 miles. It had been bad enough getting the horses on and off the boxcars. It was even worse coaxing them to the snow and the ice of the Laurentian Shield.
Out there!
the tracks resumed, there were trains, but practically nothing in the way of comfort. These cars had been used by CPR construction crews to carry gravel, and that meant a miserable 12-hour ride with only a single stop for sandwiches and tea. Eventually, they reached Port Monroe, where they faced the greatest challenge yet on the barren north shore of the frozen Lake Superior. Now began a terrible ordeal, probably the worst ever endured by Canadian troops. This is the sort of thing the men saw when they got off those open cars. It had been an extraordinarily cold winter, and Superior was frozen solid. There were only enough sleighs to handle the baggage and supplies. That meant that the men would have to try to negotiate 20 miles of Glare Lake ice. They set off from a point in the distance there, and they came right past where I'm standing to a point behind there where the rails began again. When they began, after a few hours' sleep, they were singing. But that joy was not to last.
Pick your feet up! Pick those feet up!
The Governor General's Horse Guard faced a grueling prospect. In order to avoid the problems of loading and unloading their animals, they would skip the next short section of rails. That meant a march of 35 miles across open ice and over snow-covered islands, much of the distance unmarked by the tracks of the plodding foot soldiers.
I'm so tired. Father.
Wilcox, get off!
Hey, you! What's going on over there?
He's fallen asleep. I can't get him up.
You won't get him that way. Kick him!
Kick him?
Kick him!
I can't kick him!
The man will die if you don't wake him. Kick him!
After those first few hours, the men were strung out for 7 miles across the lake, and the trek had begun to take its casualties. frostbite, and snow blindness from the cruel winds and glaring sun on the open ice.
Stay on your feet. That'll keep you going. All right. Start walking. Come on. Walk. Walk. Listen, you want me to kick you again?
No, sir.
Move your arse. I couldn't kick him anymore. I was too tired.
Miraculously, they all got through. But by the time they reached the end of the last gap at Red Rock, they barely had the strength to haul themselves onto the waiting coaches.
Carter. Carter.
Oh, yeah. Now that I've died, you want to get up and talk.
You think? Once we get there, how long do you think it'll last?
What?
The war.
All I know is I hope it lasts till spring. That way, if we have to walk home, at least we can pick a few flowers.
They made it, thanks to the CPR and to Van Horn. He'd promised a journey of just 10 days. The first troops made it in 9. And 2 weeks after Duck Lake, almost the entire force was in the west, ready to do battle. It took them about a month of hard fighting to quell the uprising. Riel himself surrendered on May 15th, and the very next day, the last rail was laid here on the North Superior Line. There wasn't any track here when the troops went west, but they returned in style by rail all the way. The CPR had helped to save the country. The country wasn't doing a damn thing to save the CPR. Van Horn was dismayed to discover that government officials moving west from the east by way of Chicago were being sent out of Ontario on the Grand Trunks lines and not the CPR's connecting lines. So while the Canadian Pacific was moving every effort to move the troops, its rivals were pocketing the profit. All this time, the CPR's president, George Stephen, was still haunting Parliament Hill. Without immediate financial aid from the government, the railway was doomed. It would take millions to finish the line across the Shield and through the mountains. Debts were piling up, wages left unpaid, and a strike of several hundred railway workers in the West had just been narrowly averted. Only one man in Canada could save the CPR. John A. MacDonald.
If we allow the sale of the hide of an animal dead of tuberculosis, we run in very serious danger of contagion. Now, I realize Pasteur's theory has been disputed lately, but after all, he only put it forward a few years ago. Do you think we could walk a little faster?
Paper is, what the discharge of our duties necessarily is. It has always been recognized as reasonable that the government should, at any rate the day before they propose to bring in an important measure, intimate their intention to the House. That is the course pursued, and as a rule, it is a necessary course. On this occasion, however, the honorable gentleman did not leave the information which was essential in order that the answer might be given. And it seems to me that this period of the session might be
I think it is impossible for me to carry on this struggle for life in which I have now been for over 4 months engaged. These delays have finished me. I'm utterly unfit for further work.
On April 15th, Stephen gave up and quit Ottawa for Montreal.
Thomas, there's a telegram to be sent to Mr. Stephen. Make sure that it's put into code. Have no means of paying wages. Pay car can't be sent out. And unless we get immediate relief, we must stop. Please inform Premier and Finance Minister. Do not be surprised or blame me if an immediate and serious catastrophe occurs.
That blunt message from Van Horn rekindled all the pride and passion that had driven George Stephen through his darkest months. And so he renewed his assault on Ottawa. There was still a chance that the CPR might at last be rescued. Ottawa, April 17th, 1885. News of the CPR crisis immediately reached John A. MacDonald. But now he was 70, tired, worn out by the struggle to keep the machinery of government moving and by the constant demands of the railroad. All along, the Pacific Railway had been his dream, but his policy of delayed decisions had backfired. It had plunged the country into rebellion, and it had helped bring the CPR to the brink of ruin, and now whatever he did, John A. was inviting trouble. He had two choices only, and both were politically unpalatable. If he didn't act at once and get some financial help to the railway, the CPR would surely collapse, and that would touch off a wave of bankruptcies and personal tragedies right across the country. On the other hand, if he tried to present another relief bill to the House of Commons, he was faced with political disaster. MacDonald didn't have to look in Hansard to recall the bitterness, indeed the viciousness, of the debate over the bill in 1884. And he had Edward Blake against him. Blake, who always had the facts and always had the figures at his very fingertips. While the other members of Parliament were over there at the Russell House swilling down the brandies and sodas, old Blake was up here in the parliamentary library swatting away, and MacDonald couldn't afford to give him any more ammunition. And yet a decision had to be made about the railroad. It couldn't be put off any longer. Most members of the Tory caucus firmly believed that the government should move to take over the Pacific Railway. But MacDonald could see that if the CPR failed, it would mean the end of his Tory government, especially with a conflict raging in the Northwest.
This insurrection is a bad business, gentlemen, but best we can. Yet I feel compelled to point out that we should not have been in a position to face it at all if it had not been for the Canadian Pacific Railway. Without that road, we cannot safely say what our fortunes might be at this moment. As a party, as a government, as a nation.
A few days ago, we were cheered with the news from the West that our own troops had arrived safely at Battleford. Now we are pressed with other, harder news. Defeat at Fish Creek. And if you read the press today, you'll be aware of the impending war between Great Britain and Russia. Without that road, we may lose our own war in the West. And the mother country, depending upon us to get her war supplies to the Pacific, may falter and fail. So, now, we come to the question of a second relief bill. These are my proposals, gentlemen, which I will lay before you in a moment or two, but I must warn you. If they are rejected, my resignation will certainly follow.
That threat had worked before, and now it worked again. The party, with no very good grace, swallowed the pill, and the next day MacDonald could give the House notice of another relief bill to help the CPR. The Bank of Montreal had already refused his private request to advance money to the railway, but on the strength of the coming bill, they would now issue a loan of $750,000. But that money would be swallowed up by construction costs in a matter of weeks. By now, the company was 2 months behind in paying wages, and all along the line, grumblings are heard, mingled with reports of real privation. Some clung to their faith in the powers of Van Horn, but they all waited for news from Parliament Hill. MacDonald was behaving strangely. For some reason of his own, political nearsightedness, or maybe just plain old age, he delayed the relief bill debate. He insisted that first his own pet bill, a franchise bill involving provincial rights, must be pushed through Parliament. Well, pushed is hardly the word. 7-hour speeches, 3-day sittings, 93 divisions of the House, and all the while, the CPR was dying on its feet. Finally, MacDonald went to the Privy Council with a daring request. It brought Donald Smith, along with Stephen and Van Horn, to wait impatiently in the Council's antechamber, trying to hear the outcome. The Prime Minister had reluctantly asked the Bank of Montreal to make another loan to the CPR. And now he was trying to persuade the Privy Council to guarantee repayment of that loan. In effect, to gamble that the relief bill would eventually be passed by Parliament.
You know better than to offer me that. What time is it? It's 2:01.
MacDonald speaking now.
Damn it, doesn't sound like he's pushing them hard enough.
Well, it seems to me, Mr. Stephen, that proves one thing for certain. Our Canadian Pacific boardrooms are going to be provided with pots.
Many's the time I've thought the end of this affair was at hand. I've boarded that evening train to Montreal more times than I could count. And every time I swore I'd never come back. But it seems to me we'll never finish with anything until it's finished with us. So I've concluded, finally, that the Canadian Pacific Railway will never let me go until it's done with me.
And what happens if we don't get what we came here for?
We must not be found with $1 in our pockets. It would destroy our integrity forever.
Gentlemen, I must return to them at once. The government is prepared to back the Bank of Montreal to the required penny. Here is your piece of paper.
Oh, I could eat a mountain. I could swallow an ocean. Hell, if I had a pin, I'd burst just looking at it.
Make that 3.
Well done, Sir John.
Let's go. This is to Assistant General Manager Thomas Shaughnessy. Clear all the wires. Ready? Privy Council ratifies loan through Bank of Montreal. All requirements met. No. That's not the way you spell Shaughnessy, S-H-A-U-G-H-N-E-S-S. Oh, here, never mind. Move over. Oh, don't look so glum, my friend. We're back in business now. We are in the money.
There was something theatrical about the CPR's last-minute rescues from bankruptcy, rather like those purple Victorian melodramas people like to see on the stage at that time. You know the ones, where the heroine is always saved at the 11th hour from the onrushing locomotive, or the big saw, or the fate worse than death. Well, such a moment came for the CPR here on Parliament Hill on the afternoon of July the 11th, 1885. The debate on the relief bill had been going on for more than a month, and everybody knew that it would have to pass eventually. But Edward Blake and his Liberals had determined to go down fighting. And so you see, the CPR really had reached the 11th hour, because that very afternoon at 3 o'clock, one of its heaviest debts was due to be called, and the creditor wouldn't wait. If it wasn't paid, that would mean that the company would face the confusion of a complicated receivership. All the creditors would come scrambling in for their money, and the railway would collapse. They would have to stop the construction. And the dreams and the fortunes of many men would go down the drain. In short, the CPR faced ruin unless the relief bill passed its third reading by 3 that afternoon. And Parliament did not sit until 1:30.
Mr. Vale. Mr. Somerville.
The voting had finally begun,
Mr. Harley.
a tedious ritual that ate up the precious minutes.
Monsieur Gay.
That vital deadline was now less than 1 hour away.
Mr. Platt. Mr. Patterson. Brent. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Holton. Mr. Irvin. Monsieur Langlais. Mr. Springer. Mr. Fro. Monsieur Bourassa. Mr. Weldon. Mr. Gunn, Mr. Casey, Mr. Fisher, Monsieur Geoffrion, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Gilmore.
Yeas 77, nays 45.
we begin our agenda, I'm able to inform you I've just received a cablegram from England, informing me that the English firm of Baring Brothers have almost certainly agreed to take up the new issue of our bonds at a satisfactory rate.
Very good. This goes to W.C. Van Horn. 129 miles of track will end 2 miles west of North Fork Eagle River.
By fall, the construction pushing inland from the Fraser Canyon had reached the west side of Eagle Pass. The contractor in charge was Andrew Onderdonk, the suave American who had managed to overcome the engineering impossibilities of the Fraser. Now he was out of rails, and so this was where the two lines of track from east and west would finally meet.
Sign it AO. Last rail laid today, 2 miles west, North Fork Eagle River.
At Van Horn's insistence, the station where the lines met would be called Cregallachie, after the battle cry of the Scottish clan that had produced George Stephen and Donald Smith. In October, it was clear that the whole road would be finished by the first snow. Construction from the east narrowed the final gap, and gradually the size of the operation began to dwindle. And then, on the afternoon of November 6, 1885, the last construction train departed for Eagle Pass. The transcontinental link was within hours of being completed. And by then, a train from Montreal was already on its way, speeding over the hard-won line of steel that finally stretched westward, bringing Van Horn and a handful of dignitaries to Cregallachie, to the driving of the last spike of the CPR. One of the uninvited guests at Cregallachie was to be a 17-year-old boy from Victoria, Edward Mallandane. He had headed east to help fight the Riel Rebellion, but he hadn't made it all the way in time. Now he was determined not to miss the crowning moment of the Pacific Railway. Van Horn's train chugged its way through the Selkirks and over the pass that had been discovered and named by Major A.B. Rogers.
Oh, boy, did you lay a wager on this?
Yes, Major. We did. And we had a winner, too.
What was his guess?
25 feet and 5 inches.
All right, boys. Lay her up.
Bravo, fellas. Fingers clear. Up!
25 feet, 5 inches. That was the length of the rail that now could be cut to close the final gap.
Right, let's nick it. All right. Grab hold. Fingers clear. Up! Turn her over. Turn again. Pull her over there. Roll. Grab hold. Major. Let's see what you're made of. Very good.
The engineer has sent word that we shall be arriving in 15 minutes, Mr. Landlord.
Pass the word along to Mr. Fleming and Mr. Smith, Jim.
Yes, sir.
To the east, to the west, 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 to the east. Hello!
Two key figures would not be there. George Stephen in England keeping an eye on the sale of new bonds, and in Ottawa, John A. Macdonald. In just a few minutes, a Winnipeg photographer named Ross would take the most famous photograph in Canadian history, the driving of the last spike on the CPR. Not a gold spike or a silver one, but as Van Horn had decreed, one of plain, serviceable iron.
Shall we get ready for the picture, gentlemen?
At the last minute, young Edward Mallandane pushed forward to be part of that picture. He stood beside the man who had drawn up a detailed plan for a Pacific Railway 20 years before, Sandford Fleming. Donald Smith, the senior CPR director present, held that historic hammer.
Ready, gentlemen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Give me a wee bit room.
Missed.
can say is the work has been done well. In every way.
Yahoo!
The simple little ceremony was over. The moment that so many Canadians had thought would never come. John A. Macdonald's national dream was realized at last. With the help of all those nameless navvies, the unknown soldiers, in Van Horn's army of 30,000. Together they had managed to complete the impossible railway and join the nation from sea to sea. So the little locomotive rattled over the newly laid rail, and over the last spike, and down the long incline of the mountains, off to the somber canyons of the Fraser, the soft meadows beyond, off to the blue Pacific, and into history.